1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean, Bill, obviously Luke was here last year on loan, so it's just a case of making that one permanent. Do you want me to get him, Foggy, or what time do you want him? 20 to?
You can do, eh?
So he was a loan. I saw him having for loan at Huddersfield that season.
Yeah.
Centre forward, didn't he?
Yeah. So we've signed him.
So you did like that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, thinking that he laughed as well towards the end.
He did, yeah. Yeah.
So he's different sort of.
2 days into pre-season.
Oh, they're right. Okay.
They're not training today,
Oh, they're not.
unfortunately.
Right.
No.
Okay.
But so they're 2 days into pre-season.
Okay, mate.
Right, I'll bring him down.
Are you going away anywhere?
Yes, Mr. Beer.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jenkins.
Good morning, sir.
Before we carry on looking at bugs, errors and defects, which is where we left off yesterday, I'd like, if I may, to go back over an issue that we addressed yesterday, which is whether you saw the Bond-Pierce letter of the 18th of November 2005.
Okay.
You remember that letter from...
I remember discussing it yesterday, yes.
Yes, from Bond-Pierce to Fujitsu. It was the one that asked Fujitsu to prepare an expert report which asked Fujitsu to address in the report the issues raised by Lee Castleton in his defence, and which explained an expert's duties and the necessary inclusions in an expert report. Do you remember?
I remember discussing it yesterday, yes.
I showed you a copy of that letter yesterday. Can we have that on screen, please? FUJ 0015 2573. And if we scroll through, please. You remember the way that this pack of documents was constructed, and if we carry on scrolling and keep scrolling and keep scrolling and keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, and again. And we'll get in a moment. Keep going. Thank you. Just go up to the letter of the 18th of November 2005 from Bond-Pierce to Fujitsu. And I showed you a copy of this letter yesterday. Do you remember?
I remember that, yes.
Thank you. And when I asked you about the letter and if it was sent to you, you said no, you had got no recollection of that. You remember that?
That is certainly what I said yesterday.
Yes. And you said yesterday that if the letter had been sent to you, then you would have remembered it because it clearly sets out what duties there are, and you weren't aware of them until the end of 2020.
I believe I must have been mistaken in what I said yesterday in that respect.
Yes, but before we come to whether you were mistaken or not, I'm just going to recap what you said.
Yes, I accept that that is what I said yesterday.
So you said that you would have clearly remembered it because it set out the duties of an expert and you weren't aware of them until the end of 2020, yes?
Correct.
You said yesterday that you did not see the letter because if you had seen it, then you would have learned about the existence of an expert witness's duties.
That is what I said yesterday, yes.
You agreed yesterday that Bond-Pierce had set out in this letter very clearly and in an easy-to-understand way the duties of an expert witness.
I accept that's what I said, yes.
And lastly, you said that you were sure that the letter never made its way to you because you would, and I quote here, have done things differently, not necessarily in this case, that's the Lee Castleton case, but certainly in later cases if I'd been aware of those responsibilities. You remember saying that?
Yes.
I also asked you yesterday about your attendance at a conference with lawyers at Fujitsu's headquarters on the 6th of June 2006. Do you remember?
I do.
And you said in summary that there was no discussion about giving expert evidence or the duties of an expert at that conference.
And I have no recollection of that.
And indeed, that's reflected in the attendance note of that conference. There appears to have been no such discussion.
I agree.
Can we turn to your witness statement, please? Your third witness statement at paragraphs 251 and 252, which is page 86. Page 86. and I'm going to read those in full. 251, the inquiry's Rule 9.2 request has asked me how I first came to be involved in Mr. Castleton's case. It's also asked what I understood Stephen Dilley to be asking to provide by way of his letter dated the 18th of November 2005. And then you give that the URN that we've just looked at, okay?
Yes.
I don't believe that I had ever seen this letter until it was shown to me for the purposes of preparing this witness statement. It appears that at some point Brian Pinder emailed me and asked me to address a single question about human error, which I can now see came from the list of questions asked in the letter, and that my response to this single question seems to have been my first involvement in Mr. Castleton's case. We looked over all of that.
Yes, yeah.
252, I don't think I had any involvement until any further involvement until over 6 months later I was invited to attend a meeting with the Post Office's solicitors on the 6th of June 2006. My lawyers have shown me an email from Brian Pinder to me dated the 5th of June 2006, and you give the reference number ending in 601.
Yes.
This email attached an agenda for the next day's meeting and a scanned extract from a document, and you give a reference number 602.
Yes.
Which recorded issues Mr. Castleton had experienced with Horizon. I probably read both attachments in advance of the next day's meeting, although I don't recall doing so. Brian Pinder's email stated he was not sure how this affects ourselves, but reading the scanned document attached, his queries re Horizon, we may well require your expertise in this. Looking back at this email, I can't recall what my understanding of the process, of the purpose of the next day's meeting was, but I would probably assume that I would be asked to respond to the Horizon issues identified by Mr. Castleton. However, I don't think I knew at this stage that the Post Office intended me to become a witness in any legal proceedings. Now, you say, if we go back to 252 at the foot of the page, my lawyers have shown me an email. Can you see that in the second line into the third line?
Yes.
Dated the 5th of June, and you give that the number ending 601. So that's the day before the conference.
Yes.
If we look at that, please, FUJ 0015-2601. Look at the bottom part of the email first. 349 from Mr. Dilley to Brian Pinder and Graham Ward and others, not you at this stage. Dear Brian and Graham, I attach a suggested agenda for tomorrow's 11:30 a.m. meeting, just for discussion purposes. I also attach an extract from Mr. Castleton's Part 18 replies, setting out his allegations about Horizon. I think Marad may also add in a few issues. So that suggests that the things attached were an agenda and an extract from some Part 18 replies, okay?
And that was the assumption I made when making my witness statement.
So i.e. you read what was in this email and effectively translated it into your witness statement?
Correct.
Thank you. And then if we go up, please. That's forwarded to you. There must be a time difference because the time given is 40 minutes before the earlier email is sent.
It says UTC time,
UTC,
so that's GMT,
exactly.
not summertime.
Exactly, so that would have been 4:19.
Yeah.
Please be advised of the email below, so this is directly to you, and the attachments. Just stopping there, we can see the two attachments. One is called letter_doc, and the second attachment is an e-copy of a scanned document.pdf. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Not sure how this affects ourselves. And then there's the sentence that you set out in your witness statement. Can you see that? So again, essentially two documents it is suggested are attached, an agenda and a scanned copy of Mr. Castleton's Part 18 replies. Now, in your witness statement, you said that the email attached an agenda and a scanned extract from a document, and you gave that the reference number 602. Can we look at that, please? FUJ 0015 2602. You'll see that these are statements of case, so legal documents. They used to be called pleadings, in which the parties exchange information about their case.
I didn't understand that at the time, but I understood that it was asking technical questions that I thought I would need to address.
Okay, and so that's not relevant to us at the moment, but in your witness statement, that's the only document that you refer to as being attached.
I agree.
And that's not relevant. Now, it's true to say that there was an agenda for that meeting for the 6th of June 2006, but it wasn't attached to this email. The reference number, we needn't turn it up, for the agenda is poll 307 1418. Now, can we please switch to the native version of the email FUJ 0015 2601, and it will be necessary to drop the YouTube feed for this. You understand this is the original version, essentially, of the email that I showed you yesterday in an imaged form.
Yes, I understand that.
So you'll see it's exactly the same email. The text is exactly the same in it. But the difference is we can see actually what the two attachments were.
Yes, I understand that.
If we look at the second attachment first, if we can just open that on the screen, we'll see that's the Part 18 replies.
Understood, yes.
Okay, so that can be closed, thank you. And then if we open the first attachment, we can see that, in fact, the first attachment of the email to you was the letter of the 18th of November 2005. Can you see that?
I can see that, and I now understand that to be the case.
Now, when you made your witness statement, you would not have been able to refer to this document, the 18th of November 2005, as being an attachment to the email, because it hadn't been disclosed by the inquiry on its e-disclosure platform in a way that associated it with the covering email. Do you understand that?
I accept that, yes.
Thank you. The association between the email and this attachment, the letter, was only realised yesterday. So I'm obviously not going to ask you why you said what you did in your witness statement about the other attachment being an agenda when it in fact wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay? Nor am I going to ask you why you didn't refer to this letter of the 18th of November 2005 in your witness statement as being provided as an attachment to the email, because you didn't have the evidence then before you to make that connection.
Correct.
Understood?
Yeah.
Can we go back, please, to the imaged version of this this letter, FUJ 0015 2573? I think it was page 8 or 9. Maybe 10. And just scroll on, please. Thank you. I'm just going to use this image version rather than that native version. The text is exactly the same. So I'm not going to ask you about why your witness statement was written in the way that it was. The plain facts are, I think you'll agree, however, that we can now see that the letter of the 18th of November 2005 was sent to you?
I understand that and I accept that, and I apologise for any mistake I made yesterday.
It was sent directly to you, and therefore I've got to ask you some questions about that, okay?
I understand that, yes.
So you accept, firstly, the simple fact that in the light of the evidence as it now stands, this Bond Pierce letter was sent directly to you?
Yes, clearly.
Do you remain of the view that you expressed yesterday that if the letter had been sent to you, you would have read all of it and not just half of it?
I would probably have skimmed through it, but clearly it hadn't stuck in my mind beyond the time that I read it, because at the time I was concentrating on the fact that I was being invited to a meeting the following day, and the substance of what I needed to look at for the following day was the other attachment, not this one. So yes, I would probably have opened it up and read it, but I have no recollection of doing that.
Why do you think your focus of attention would have been the Part 18 replies and not this letter?
Because what I was being asked to do was answer questions. If we go back to the covering email from...
Yeah, FUJ 00152601. Is it the second paragraph there you're referring
Yes.
to? Not sure how this affects ourselves, but reading the scanned attachment, his queries re-horizon, we may well require your expertise on this. Are you saying that because of that sentence, you would have focused only on the scanned document and not on the letter?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. That was the one that was actually had technical information that I felt I could contribute towards.
Why did you tell me yesterday that if you had been sent this letter, you would have read all of it and not half of it?
I probably would have read all of it, but I probably didn't read it in detail, and and obviously it didn't stick in my mind. And sorry if I misled you yesterday to suggest that it would have stuck. I think it's a problem of understanding the difference between it clearly strikes me reading it now as being important, whilst at the time it probably didn't strike me as being important. What I was being asked to do was go to a meeting to talk about technical issues with Horizon, and so I would have concentrated on the technical scan document, not the letter talking about putting together a report. And at that stage I didn't think I was being asked to put together a report, and in fact I don't believe I was ever asked to produce a report in that sort of form for this case.
Or is it that you said yesterday that if you'd received the letter, you would have read all of it and not just half of it, because it was acceptable to say that when you didn't think you'd been sent the letter?
I don't know. I say I would probably have read the whole thing. I'm not suggesting that I didn't read the whole thing, but
Okay.
Clearly it didn't stick in my mind.
Thank you. Can we go back to the letter, please? FUJ 00152573. But I think page 11. $12. $30. Thank you. Do you remain of the view that you expressed yesterday that the letter sets out in a detailed but easy to understand way the duties that would need to be complied with in the case of a Fujitsu employee providing evidence in at least the Lee Castleton case about the matters raised in the letter?
Yes, I have to accept that.
Do you accept now, in the light of the evidence, that you were sent a copy of this letter, that you were therefore informed in a detailed but easy to understand way the duties that would need to be complied with in the event that you provided evidence in the Lee Castleton case in answer to this letter?
Yes, but I don't believe I was actually asked to provide that sort of report in the Lee Castleton case.
Well, I'll come to that
Yeah, sure.
a little later.
But yes.
If we scan through the letter just slowly, I think you will have read it carefully overnight. The letter doesn't refer, would you accept, to the provider of a report from Fujitsu as being an expert witness.
I'm not sure that I'd spotted that in terms of, I was concentrating more on looking at what else had happened in the case rather than the
Yes.
actual contents of this letter.
Look at it carefully now. If we just go back to the top. Thank you. And if you just read it to yourself slowly and just indicate when you've read that which is on the screen.
Yes, I read what's on that screen.
Thank you. And if we scroll down, please.
Yes, I've read that page.
Thank you. And over the page. Thank you.
Yes, I accept that it doesn't say that the formal report is an expert's report.
No. And then and maybe you could just read the first two paragraphs under 4. And then go over the page. And then read after 14 the next 3 paragraphs.
Yes, I've read those 3 paragraphs.
And then just read under 5.
Yes, I've read that.
So the letter does not refer to the provider of the report that was being sought by the letter, by Fujitsu, at once as being an expert witness, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Instead, the letter, would you agree, works on the basis that any person providing evidence from Fujitsu about the matters mentioned in the letter needs to comply with the duties set out in the letter?
I understand that now, but I almost certainly would not have realised that at the time.
You said yesterday that you were sure that the letter never made its way to you because, quote, you would have done things differently, not necessarily in this case, the Lee Castleton case, but certainly in later cases.
If I'd understood what that was all about. Now, I clearly had no recollection that I'd received it at this point. You've now shown that I did receive it at this point, but I still have no recollection of remembering anything about that at any later stage.
But you said yesterday that had you received the letter, you would have done things differently, certainly in later cases, if you'd been aware of the responsibilities set out in this letter.
Maybe I need to qualify that to say if I'd received and understood the detail of the letter.
Well, that's not what you said.
I accept that, and I was mistaken.
Why were you mistaken? That you think that yesterday you thought had you received the letter, you would have certainly done things differently in later cases. Today you don't think, now you know you received the letter, that you would have done things differently in later cases.
I think the difference is in terms of understanding what it was all about. What I was thinking of yesterday was, with my knowledge now of the implications of what it actually says in that letter, then I would have done things differently. If I'd just skimmed through it and not made too much attention of what it actually said, and it had then gone from my mind when I was busy concentrating on the other attachment, then clearly I had not remembered anything about it much beyond those couple of days.
What were the later cases that you had in mind yesterday when you told us that if you'd seen this letter, if you'd received this letter, you would have done things differently?
If I'd understood my duties as an expert, and I accept they're laid out here, and understood at the time, then I would clearly have approached the reports that I produced for Seaman Mizra's case in a different way. And as I've said before, I had no recollection of having been briefed in this way, and after all, that was about 3 or 4 years later, and I'd clearly forgotten all about having seen this letter briefly at that time.
So when you said yesterday, had you seen this letter, you would have done things differently in later cases, you had in mind Seaman Mizra?
Yes, I think so. That was and clearly there were the later cases as well, but that was the next one that came along.
What about the Huey Thomas case?
I think that had happened earlier.
You'd made a witness statement earlier than earlier in the year, in March or April.
But I didn't think that that was an expert report at all. That was just looking at one specific question of fact, which was what was the reason for zero value transactions. I had no concept of the fact that that was an expert report in any sort of way.
I should just say, whilst it's on the screen there, just look under 5. Can you see that?
Yes.
The words expert witnesses is included. Can you see that? In performing all your duties.
Yes.
So it's not quite right what I suggested to you earlier, that expert witness or expert witnesses are not mentioned in the letter, that they are in that paragraph there. But do you still agree that reading the letter now, the requirements imposed by or suggested by Bond Pierce don't depend upon the person giving the report or making the report being classified as an expert witness?
I've not really taken that into account, so I think it's very difficult to talk about hypotheticals in that sort of way.
So you were told about these responsibilities because you've been provided with this letter. What's the explanation now then for not doing things differently in later cases?
Because I clearly not remembered about the fact that I'd seen this letter in 2006.
Your evidence in your witness statements and in your oral evidence yesterday was founded on the suggestion that you didn't need to comply with all of the duties set out at length by, for example, Professor McLachlan in his report, nor Mark Turner in his report, because they were independent experts and you were from Fujitsu.
Yes, and I stand by that.
Doesn't you receiving this letter rather undermine that point?
It could do if I'd remembered that I'd received this letter. But where I'm coming from is that I know that I acted honestly at all times, and therefore the only way that I can explain that is by the fact that I just had no recollection of this letter.
If we go to the top of the previous page, please. There, thank you. The 6 topics set out there are just asking questions about Horizon, aren't they?
Yes.
And the advice from Bon Pierce was that the person that answers them in a report needs to comply with everything that follows in the letter.
Yes, but I don't think I was being asked to produce a report at that time.
Can we look at then what happened subsequently, in fairness to you, at FUJ 301 2283? Might be that that's an errant reference. Oh, no, perfect. Can we just look at the email at the foot of the page, please? And then go up, please. You say in this email, and we're now in the beginning part of August 2006, so a couple of months after the conference at Fujitsu.
Yes.
I've had a go through this. It isn't a complete statement, and I won't have time to sort out the outstanding bits for a while. I'm happy for you to send it as it is to Stephen. Who was the Stephen you had in mind?
Stephen Dilly.
And you may decide it isn't complete enough for that. I may be able to research some areas such as auditing that I'm claiming ignorance of, if that's required. And you'll see that there's an attachment, which is a statement.
Yes.
Can we look at that statement, same reference, but ending 84? This was the attachment to your email and was a draft witness statement. Is this right, that you compiled?
The draft witness statement was compiled by Stephen Dilly, and he'd left various questions in it. As I explain on that first page, I made various annotations, and we're back to the problem about being able to tell the difference between colours in a black and white document.
I see. So the format of the witness statement was compiled by Mr. Dilly, and some of the formal parts of it were compiled by Mr. Dilly. He included some text in it, and he asked you some questions that you were to respond to and fill in.
Correct.
And you did that in this version of it.
Yes.
And if we just scroll down, please. And look at paragraphs 1 and 2. And then if we scroll on, please. You address the Horizon system, which you'll remember is question 1 in the letter of the 18th of November 2005. What's the Horizon system? We need to explain to a judge how it works.
I don't think I would have been thinking of it in the context of that letter
Right.
at the time I saw this, because this is clearly a couple of months later.
Okay. And then if we just scroll on, we can scan it. The detail's not important for the moment. If we scroll on. And keep scrolling. You can see some examples there of him asking questions and you replying.
Yes.
And then carry on.
And there's also examples of him asking questions and me saying, I don't think I'm able to reply.
Yep. And if we scroll on. And then stop there. You'll see that it was proposed that you signed off with a standard declaration. I believe the facts stated in the witness statement are true. Can you see that?
Yes.
And so this draft provided by him and further expanded by you didn't contain any of the declarations or the matters mentioned by Mr. Dilley in his letter of the 18th of November 2005 as an expert witness.
Correct.
Did you give any thought to that at the time?
No, is the simple answer. I was given this document, which was supposedly a draft of something that I should be saying, and what I did was I commented on that as to whether I could truthfully say what was in that draft or not, and corrected any factual errors that I saw within there. I gave no thought to what format it was in.
And so by that time, had the letter of the 18th of November been lost by you in your memory?
I believe so, yes.
Was there any suggestion by Mr. Dilley that you needed to comply with the duties set out in his letter of the 18th of November, or say that you had complied with the duties set out in his letter of the 18th of November for the purposes of giving this evidence?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe that there's anything in the covering email that not sure if we went to there now. And I'm also aware of some emails which I've seen as part of the inquiry where he was saying that I was to be treated as a witness of fact and not an expert evidence. But obviously I didn't see those at the time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Beer, can I take it, because I've only seen this as we're going along, that in fact it contains a mixture of factual content and opinion?
Very much.
So there would have been a need for all the necessary declarations?
Correct.
Yeah, fine.
It's not a witness statement of fact alone.
No.
I mean, you can see that for
That's no reflection
No,
on you, Mr. I'm just trying to ascertain the true legal status of what this would be, that's all.
Yeah. And then to round this topic off, Mr. Jenkins, you didn't in fact sign this witness statement and you weren't required to give evidence in court.
Correct, and in fact I don't believe that this version of it ever went back to Mr. Dilley, and he decided that he didn't want a statement from me at all. I think we went through yesterday the communication I had from Brian Pinder as to the fact that it was no longer required.
Thank you. Thank you, that can come down. Right, can we go back to where we were?
Okay.
Before we do, Mr. Beer, I want to say this openly, since obviously it's unfortunate that this series of documents, or these documents you've shown Mr. Jenkins this morning, had not been disclosed earlier. I want the inquiry to make a further investigation, just so that I can be satisfied about what exactly occurred. The letter of the 18th of November, as originally sent, as I understand it, attached experts' reports obtained by Mr. Castleton.
Yes.
So I would like us to bottom out whether those reports made their way in some way or another to Mr. Jenkins and or were discussed at the conference which he attended.
Thank you, sir. We can pursue that.
Yeah.
Can we go back to bugs, errors and defects, please? and turn to the calendar square bug, please.
Yep.
You addressed this at significant length in your second witness statement. It's paragraphs 53 to 82, where you recount your knowledge of the calendar square bug. Can we just look at a couple of parts of that, please? Second witness statement at page 16, please. And paragraph 54. You say, in the technical appendix to the Horizon Issues judgment, Mr. Justice Fraser grouped together a number of problems under a single heading called Calendar Square Falkirk. I understand why the court and now the inquiry has taken this approach, but it risks creating the erroneous impression that the bug was homogeneous in the sense that it was caused by the same factors and manifested itself in the same way in every branch it affected. This was not the case. As I explained below, what happened at the Calendar Square branch in Falkirk in 2005 was caused by an underlying bug in the riposte software that manifested itself in a combination of unpredictable factors, including, in that particular case, steps taken by the sub-postmaster to rectify the issue came together. In other words, there was an underlying software bug, but how it manifested itself and whether it caused harm was contingent on the presence of other circumstances. Those circumstances were not fixed. That is why the problem was hard to reproduce. And then page 28, please. And paragraph 80B, which is on the page there, you say, while many instances of the locking errors were not associated with any discrepancies in branches, e.g. they resulted in operational problems such as screen freezes, I became aware it was not just the Calendar Square branch that had suffered from discrepancies, but other branches where there were counter occurrences of the timeout waiting for lock problem. Can we start with the
Can
first?
we qualify that last thing? Because at the top of the page it says that this comment arose from the work I did in 2018,
Yes,
2019, and not at the time.
Yeah, this is later discovered information.
Yes.
In what respect was the Calendar Square bug not homogeneous?
I think it comes down to understanding exactly what people mean by the Calendar Square bug. If we're talking about the circumstances that actually occurred in Calendar Square, then that was a storm of events which came regularly at every 10 seconds for a period of time until the particular PC or server was rebooted. But there were other cases where there was a single event saying timeout waiting for lock. And what I was getting at in the first paragraph that you read to me is that as far as the civil case, they were all considered as being basically the same problem, and I didn't feel that that was a correct representation of how it should be taken.
What was the nature of the other circumstances that were required when interacting with the underlying riposte bug that produced lock errors?
The simple answer is I don't know.
And the reason why you don't know is?
It was in the Escher software and it was their proprietary software. They, as I understand it, fixed the problem in 2006. And certainly the storm of events, which was what was seen at Calendar Square, did not reoccur as far as I'm aware.
But you didn't know then and you don't know now, and even in 2018-19, didn't know what circumstances were required in order essentially to trigger the existence of the bug.
Correct.
Can we look, please, at poll 308-1928? And can we go down the page, please, to Miss Chambers' email. Scroll down, please. Just scroll back up, please. And again. And again. And that's obviously an erroneous reference. I'll come back to that maybe later this morning. Can we turn instead to Fujitsu 308-3712? Thank you. This is an email thread, if we scroll down, please. If we keep going. Keep going. And if we keep going. And keep going. You can see an email from you there. If we go to the end. Thank you. And then scroll up from the bottom. We can see the start of an email chain. And if we scroll up and keep going, you're not included at the moment. You come in here. And just in what context would you be sent an email like this?
I don't recognise this specific email, but I recognise the background to it as being part of the investigation we were doing for an issue that I believe occurred in Craig Park and one other branch, which I think is Tunbridge. As a result of that, we then did a retrospective search of NT events associated that were related to ARQ data that had been previously supplied to Post Office.
And why were you doing that?
To make sure that there weren't any problems that we'd not spotted that could cause any that there weren't problems that were occurring at the branch at the time that the ARQ data was being extracted for.
Was this a hangover, essentially, from the supposed resolution of the Calendar Square bug in 2006?
No, this was a separate issue that was, as I say, I refer to it in my witness statements as the Craig Park issue. In fact, having reread them over the last few weeks, I am now aware that actually the first occurrence of it was at a different branch called Tunbridge, but it was Craig Park that was what caused Post Office to investigate things further when I actually got involved in this in, I think it was August 2008.
I see. So if we carry on scrolling up, please. And keep scrolling. And keep scrolling. And again. And again. And then stop there. Are you essentially saying that this chain is about another kind of riposte lock issue that's separate from the Calendar Square issue in 2006?
I'm not 100% sure about that as to whether this was a storm of events or just individual events. If it's just individual events, then it was a separate issue, and it was important, as was done here, to check to see if anyone was actually logged onto the system at the time. And that was the sort of check that was being done when those events were being detected in our checking of NT events associated with ARQ data.
But I shouldn't see this, I shouldn't read this as essentially a continuation of the Calendar Square issue discovered in 2006.
Not if it's an isolated riposte lock issue, no.
How would you know whether it's an isolated riposte lock issue or a continuing manifestation of the Calendar Square?
If it's a Calendar Square issue, there would be hundreds or thousands of events occurring.
Why?
because the problem was continuing. So a lock was being, there was an attempt to get a lock, and then Riposte was continually to do the same thing, process every 10 seconds, and it was failing every 10 seconds, and we'll carry on doing that until the Riposte service on that box was restarted.
So you said earlier that you didn't know the full circumstances that would cause...
What I don't understand is why the lock was being held all that time. The symptoms of it I do understand, in that it would be showing all these events, but why the thing was being locked and not able to process things is what I don't understand.
Was it possible that the Riposte lock problem had continued and was impacting on a branch in a way that was previously unknown to Fujitsu?
I think what we decided was the safest thing to do was to check, if we saw a Riposte lock problem, to see if anyone was actually using the terminal at the time. And if no one was using the terminal at the time, then it was deemed to be safe and nothing to worry about.
Now, we know that you were asked some questions about Calendar Square in 2010 for the purposes of the Seema Misra case, yes?
Correct.
And that you in turn asked Mrs. Chambers, Anne Chambers, for information about the problem.
Correct.
Did you make any connection with your previous involvement in Riposte lock issues such as this?
No, I think is a simple answer to that.
And why would that be?
Well, at that stage, I didn't know actually what the root cause in Calendar Square. I was just being told, please can you look into what the Calendar Square issue was. When I asked Anne for the information about it, she passed me references to a peak and I think some old emails from the time that it had occurred, and said that, if I remember rightly, that the main cause of the issue was these, what she called event storms, which was repeated events, which is separate from these isolated events that we're looking at here.
But would the, in 2010, all of the earlier Riposte lock matters, I'm going to call them, have been available to you on Pinnacle's Peaks and Kells if you had searched for relevant key terms?
Yes, I guess they were, but again, in what we were looking at in terms of what had happened in West Byfleet, we did actually extract all the NT events from 2005 to 2008, and we checked all the events, including lock issues, and I believe there were some found. I believe there's an email from Anne where she actually summarises what she had actually found there. And there were some further checks that Penny Thomas made to see whether anyone was logged on at the times that these events had occurred.
I'm just thinking more broadly at the moment, without getting into the detail of the individual cases, what you would do if you were preparing a witness statement in a case or preparing to give evidence in a case. Would you go back and look at Pinnacle's Peaks and Kells in order to conduct research about what was known about an issue, or would you, as I think you've described, just talk to or email Anne Chambers?
I would probably have asked the SSC, because I wasn't particularly adept at being able to do searches on Pinnacles and Kells. I'd probably rely more on Pinnacles than Kells, because I found those were more useful in terms of giving me the information I wanted.
But if you were to give evidence about a bug, your primary source of reference would have been to speak to people in SSC, is that right?
Correct.
Can we go forwards, please, to 2015, to FUJ 308 3775? And look at page 2, please. In 2015, Anne Chambers was asked to provide a description of the Calendar Square problem for the purposes, I think, of some litigation. And we can see here, she says to Pete Newsom, do you remember him?
Yes.
What function did he perform?
He was trying to think exactly what his job title was. He was a liaison between Fujitsu and Post Office at a fairly senior level.
I found a summary of the problem that Gareth produced when preparing evidence for a court case in 2010. That's a reference to the Seaman Miser case, I think.
I assume so.
Yeah. I've made a few amendments to it, to make it more generally applicable. One, the problem occurred when transferring cash or stock between stock units. Two, it manifested itself by the receiving stock unit not being able to see the transfer made by the sending stock unit and could be compounded by attempting to make a further transfer. Note that such transactions usually reappeared the next day. Three, it was clearly visible to the user as a receipts and payments mismatch at the time that one of the stock units was balanced. Four, the problem was also visible when looking at the system events associated with the branch. Five, the problem was fixed in the S90 release, which went live in March 2006. Receipts and payments mismatches normally showed up on one of the reconciliation reports and would have been investigated and reported to Post Office at the time, though of course we don't know what action they took. Does that summary by Anne Chambers match your understanding?
Yes, and I would certainly defer to her to have a clearer understanding of the detail than I did.
You'll see in the last paragraph, after the numbered paragraph, she says that receipts and payments mismatches normally showed up. Is it the case that that's essentially a reflection that neither you nor Miss Chambers would be able categorically to state that every incident or error would be caught by the reconciliation process and directed to the Post Office to take action?
I can't remember now exactly what the reconciliation report said, so I'm afraid I'm unable to help you.
Could you tell if a problem which led to a discrepancy was referred to the Post Office, whether it was in fact actioned through the issue of a correction, a transaction correction?
That would be up to Post Office. There was an organisation called Management Support Unit, I think it was MSU, and they raised things called BIMS reports, and I can't remember what BIMS stands for, but if a reconciliation error or something unusual was found, they would produce reports for Post Office describing what had gone on. Now, what Post Office did with those reports in terms of how they affected the branches would be something for Post Office to answer.
If we scroll up, please. And keep going. A further email from Miss Chambers. You're not copied in.
I'd retired by then.
Yeah. And you, in the third paragraph, you'll see that she says, I found a long email chain, which I've attached. And she says, having looked at these, I slightly disagree with Gareth's description of the problem below. My wording would be, 2, it manifested itself by the receiving stock unit not being able to see that the transfer made by the sending stock unit had already been accepted in and compounded by accepting it again. Other transactions might have been omitted from the balance, but would have been included in the following week's balance instead. But this is all a very long time ago, and it's hard to be entirely accurate. What do you understand her to be saying is the difference between you and her?
I'm not quite sure, actually. It would be useful to be able to see the two statements side by side. I don't know if that's possible.
I don't think...
Or maybe I can,
if we scroll down...
If I know what the URN is, I can maybe have a look at it during a break.
Well, let's look at the lower email. Keep going. And you'll see how 2 is written there. And then if we go up, how she rephrases it.
I think it's the extra has already been accepted in and compounded by accepting it again is from what I think is the change, but I can't be 100% sure.
What's the relevance of that?
That's why there's the receipts and payments mismatch, that you have to actually repeat the transfer for the problem to occur. And clearly I had missed that out of the description that she was quoting below. But I accept that is an important difference to the issue and in terms of describing what actually happened in the Calendar Square Falkirk branch at the time.
Okay. And if we scroll up, please. Thank you. And I think that's the end of the chain. Would you agree that this was a problem, looking at it from the sub-postmasters' perspective, that they would be faced with different figures on different counters as a result of the bug?
Yes, I accept that would be a way it would show up, yes.
And that would be a situation which would rightly cause them considerable difficulties and confusion?
I accept that, yes.
This wasn't a problem that could be explained away by user error?
Correct.
Were you ever party to the explanations given by the Service Support Centre or the lines of support below them?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Yes. Do you, in your work, did you see the kinds of things that the help desks or the SSC on occasions said directly to sub-postmasters?
Occasionally, but in general, no, because when I saw peaks and pinnacles, they were being passed on to me or the teams that I was involved in by the SSC looking for an explanation, and what was being responded back by the SSC to the help desk and also to the branches would be based on the information that had come from the developers or the designers as to what they had seen and gone on. So we wouldn't necessarily see what the comments are made.
Thank you. That can come down. What was the was there a formalised process for providing the post office with information about bugs, errors and defects and their effects on their live estate?
I don't know. There were a number of meetings that were held between the customer services team and their equivalents in post office, but the scope of what they discussed and so on, I'm afraid I don't know. I wasn't involved in them usually.
And so you on each bug, error or defect weren't in a position to know precisely what information was provided to the post office?
Correct.
As to the existence of the bug, the extent of the problem, or the fixes proposed?
In general, there were a few cases where I was involved in the detail because I was called in to actually help explain the problem to post office, but in general, no.
Where did responsibility for that lay within Fujitsu?
There was a team called Problem Management, which was part of the customer services team, and I think those have been referred to in some of my witness statements.
Were you responsible for liaison with the problem management teams?
No, I was occasionally contacted by the problem management team or by the SSC to get involved in discussions with things, but on a regular basis, no.
Thank you. Can we turn, please, to the topic of remote access?
Okay.
Can we look at your third witness statement, please? At paragraph 473. Which is page 164. You're here dealing with your understanding of remote access at the time of Seema Misra's case, i.e. in about, I think, the autumn of October 2010. And if we read it, having set out an extract from a document you had created, you say, in this paragraph, I address Professor McLachen's hypothesis about transaction corrections, which were the most common means by which Post Office could externally impact the accounts of a branch. I noted this could only happen with the consent of the sub-postmaster or an authorised supervisor or manager. I wasn't addressing the issue of remote access as it has been considered in the group litigation and the inquiry. I understand that remote access by Fujitsu is now regarded as an issue of some significance, but at that time, remote access by Fujitsu didn't occur to me in the context of responding to Professor McLachen's hypothesis, which related to the Post Office's ability to impact branch accounts through transaction corrections. Aside from the fact I was responding to his hypothesis, I understood then that remote access by Fujitsu was an exceptional and regulated course. There was nothing in Mrs. Misra's case to suggest that a need for remote access had ever arisen, or that it could in any way explain ongoing losses in the region of £70,000. It was just not something that I had considered. So at that time, in the autumn of 2010, was it your understanding that remote access was firstly controlled?
It depends exactly what you mean. I believe that there were processes that the SSC had by which they recorded when they did carry out remote access to insert messages into the message store.
That it was recorded and auditable?
I understood that they had a process whereby it was recorded. I didn't know the details of what that process was. I believe it involved things called OCPs or OCRs, and I don't know that I ever knew the difference between them, but I've seen both phrases used, and I believe they were different mechanisms.
Was it your understanding that remote access was visible and identifiable by a sub-postmaster who could, for example, tell that there had been a remotely inserted balancing transaction?
That was my view at the time, though I've since come to realise as part of the group litigation that it wasn't always done in quite the way that I thought that it was done.
Well, that's what I want to ask you about. It was your understanding at the time in autumn 2010 that the remote access you're speaking about here was controlled, recorded, auditable and visible by the sub-postmaster?
Correct, that was my view then.
What was your understanding based on?
Informal conversations with SSE staff.
Anyone in particular?
People like John Jenkins and Anne Chambers. And I believe they've both given evidence to the inquiry about their understanding of how those processes worked and how frequently they occurred.
Was that understanding that any instances of remote access would be visible to a sub-postmaster a reason why you did not address the issue of remote access in any of your reports or witness statements as a possible cause of shortfalls?
It didn't occur to me that that was relevant. With hindsight, I realised that perhaps it was, but it was something that I didn't think of as being relevant at the time.
Did you give thought to it and dismiss it, or did you not give thought to it?
I just didn't give thought to it, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Can we turn, please, to INQ 401079? This is a transcript of Anne Chambers' evidence. There's a disclosure issue at the start of the transcript. If we turn to page 17, please. And internal, page 65, perfect. And then if we just scroll down to page 67. So if we just go back up to 65. I should read this just to put it in context. Line 5, page 68. I said, back when you gave evidence on the 3rd of May, you described an occasion when the post office had wanted to insert transactions without the branch being aware. I'll read back the Q&A. The question was there any method to alert others that corrective action had been taken to insert data or extra messages into a branch's account? You said the ARQ data would contain both the original transaction and the corrective transaction at the point they were done. If the full unfiltered data was retrieved and inspected, then that would show the comment, for example, certainly sometimes for counter corrections. It wasn't done consistently, but we often might use a counter number that didn't exist to make it clear that it was something out of the ordinary, or a username, including SSC, again to show that it was something out of the ordinary. That wasn't done on this specific one, and I cannot remember whether that was because I was specifically asked not to, or I was just producing a transaction that was absolutely a mirror of the one that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and all I did was change the signs of the values effectively, and I left all the other data as it was. So remembering back to what you were saying, and just to synthesize it, you were saying sometimes a fictitious counter number was used to mark out the transaction correction. And Chambers, as I recall, yes. Secondly, you were saying that that wasn't done consistently, i.e. the use of a fictitious number to mark out the fact that the SSC had made a correction. And Chambers, yes. Thirdly, you were doing that, or the SSC was doing that deliberately, i.e. using the fictitious counter number because you would want to show that an SSC member had been making the correction. And Chambers, yes. And then page 67. But fourthly, there might be occasions when you were specifically asked not to use the fictitious one. And Chambers, I don't think we were ever asked not to use the fictitious one. It was just a passage of your evidence where you said that wasn't done on this occasion, and I can't remember whether that was because I was specifically asked not to, which tended to indicate that you were saying you may have been asked not to use the fictitious number. And Chambers, I don't recall ever being asked not to do that. I can't remember which specific instance we're talking about here, sorry. Overall, does it mean that it was possible for members of the SSC to insert transactions using the branch user ID? She says, right, you're talking about user ID here now rather than counter number. But yes, it was. I mean, the message that we inserted could have contained the branch user ID. Would it follow that standard filtered ARQ data wouldn't distinguish those insertions from those that were in fact carried out in the branch? And Chambers, the standard ARQ data, yes. You might not be able to see the difference. So transactions which appeared in the standard filtered ARQ data, for example, in Mr. Castleton's case, with his ID user number next to them, would not necessarily mean that they were carried out by him. Answer, it would have been possible, yes, for SSC to put transactions that used his ID without leaving a fingerprint on the standard filtered ARQ data that had been done. Answer, yes, I think that would have been possible. Question, it shouldn't have been done, but it could have been done. Answer, yes, I don't think there's anything that would have prevented that. I don't believe that was done, but I can't say it's an impossibility. And then we moved on. When did you become aware that the SSC were able to insert transactions into branch accounts in the way Ms. Chambers describes here?
I was aware that technically they could, but my understanding was that they always injected the transactions at the correspondence server rather than the counter. In 2018, as part of the group litigation order, it was explained to me by John Simpkins, I think, that in some circumstances they actually did it directly at the counter rather than at the correspondence server, and that was different from the understanding I'd had as to how they operated up until that time.
Do you know why you hadn't been told that previously?
No is a simple answer.
You said that you'd had conversations with people in the SSC, but they hadn't revealed that to you in previous conversations.
As I understand it, and from what John Simpkins explained to me in 2018, normally they would insert transactions at the correspondence server in the way that I was expecting, but there were a few specific cases where they were doing it at the counter instead, in the way that Anne's describing in this exchange.
And when did you learn about this practice of generally using an SSC ID in order to mark them out, but that not being a consistent practice.
When things were inserted at the correspondence server, I would have expected the details of the SSC user and why they were doing it to be inserted as part of that, even though it was also very obvious that it was being done at a strange counter.
But what about what Miss Chambers is describing here?
It was only when I realised that they were actually really doing things at the counter in 2018 that I was aware that that was a possibility.
In
Or something that was actually done in practice as opposed to in theory.
In 2018, did you also learn not only that they were doing it at the counter, which is what's described here, but they were doing it in a way that might attribute a change to the sub-postmaster rather than a change being made by the SSC?
If it was done at a counter and a postmaster was logged on at the time, then the way Repost worked, it would always be attributed to whoever was logged on at the time. So it all comes down to whether when they were inserting the transaction, whether they were doing it when someone was logged on or not. If there was no one logged on at the counter where they inserted it, or they were using a fictional counter, then there would be no user ID associated with it.
But if they were doing it in the hours of business when the sub-postmaster was logged on, their work might be attributed to him or her.
I accept that, yes.
And when did you come to learn of that?
As I say, I always knew it was theoretically possible, but it wasn't until 2018 I realised that SSC on some occasions actually
We're
did
actually
that.
doing it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think I cover that more in my fourth witness statement.
You do. So that might be an appropriate moment for the morning break.
Yeah, by all means. What time shall we resume?
So if we can just have a longer break and do one break,
Yeah.
if that's possible. So maybe 20 minutes until 22.
Fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Can we look, please, at INQ 401058? This is a transcript of the evidence of Richard Roll. Can we look at page 21, please? And then internal pagination, page 81, which is the top left, from line 11 onwards, which I think is a question by me. I say, can we go back to your witness statement to page 6 and look at C? Quote, we could go directly through the communication service to the post office gateway and then the counter. If the postmaster wasn't logged in, then there would be no ID attached to the database entries, which sometimes cause the batch processing to fail overnight. If the postmaster was logged on, then any changes we made would have their ID attached. So as far as the system and any auditing was concerned, the sub-postmaster would have been responsible for the transactions. Mr. Roll, that's what I was trying to say. I think that's what I was trying to say in the post office transcript we just looked at. Thank you. Was this a method that you use frequently? We were all pretty adept at it, yes. Whether you were adept at it, he said, fairly frequently, yes. Fairly frequently, yes. Why did you use that method? It was the only way to rebuild the counters, to get the data off the counters. Question, the footprint that was left would have been the sub-postmaster's footprint and not yours? Yes. Was there any visibility that you or somebody else in the SSC had done this, as opposed to the sub-postmaster themselves having done it? Answer, sometimes yes, sometimes no. What would distinguish? Sometimes it would be recorded. I'm a bit rusty on this now, I'm afraid, but sometimes we told the postmaster we were going to do it. While we were doing this, the postmaster couldn't use the counter. It was very important that nobody used it. At other times, especially if maybe the postmaster, I'm just trying to remember something else. If the postmaster had gone to lunch, for example, we could have gone in and done things without him knowing. Just stopping there. I think you accept now that the SSC staff could not only effectively hijack branch user IDs in this way to insert transactions into branch accounts, but did so.
Yes, I accept that now. In fact, it was as a result of seeing Mr. Roll's witness statement for the group litigation that I then inquired further of the SSC to understand more as to exactly how they'd done the injections.
Did they tell you for how long they had been doing it?
It was something that was always possible within Legacy Horizon. What I was told was that it wasn't done very frequently, but I don't think that figure was quantified. I believe John Simpkins may have actually tried to quantify it at some stage, but I can't remember the details.
What about the duration of it rather than the frequency? Was it throughout the use of Legacy Horizon, i.e. from about 2000 to 2010?
It was certainly possible throughout that period, yes.
Did they tell you anything as to whether it had been done throughout that period?
I can't remember whether I asked that question or not.
That, as I've described it, hijacking a branch user ID to insert a transaction into a branch account, would that make the entries in the standard filtered ARQ data impossible to distinguish from the transactions that were in fact entered by the sub-postmaster in the branch?
In the standard ARQ data, yes. If it was done on a real counter. There was, again, as Anne Chambers was saying, they often did it using false counters.
Yes.
And then it would be obvious that it wasn't done on a real counter.
When did you discover that this could be done, was being done, and therefore, when it was done, the entries in the standard ARQ data were impossible to distinguish from transactions in fact carried out by the sub-postmaster in branch?
As I say, I always knew it could be done, but I didn't realise it was being done until 2018.
Okay, so you always realised that it could be done,
Yes,
right from year 2000?
yes.
And why did you, how did you know that it could be done?
Because I knew what functionality Repost provided and the sort of interfaces it provided to allow it to be done.
But nobody had told you from that time onwards that they were in fact doing it?
Correct.
You discovered that in 2018-19?
That is my belief, yes.
So you knew that the SSC had the facility to tamper with branch accounts?
I don't think I'd call it tampering, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
Well, it would be tampering, wouldn't it? I know that carries pejorative.
Well, that's why,
overtones.
that's why I didn't like the term. I believe that the SSC would have been using that facility responsibly and doing it when they needed to correct errors that had occurred in the branches.
The standard filtered ARQ data used in court proceedings wouldn't be able to distinguish between those occasions when a transaction had been made by the sub-postmaster and when it had been made by the SSC?
Not if it had been done at the counter.
And therefore the standard ARQ data used in court proceedings couldn't of itself prove that the branch accounts had not been, in my words, tampered with.
I accept that now, but I hadn't thought of it that way at the time.
When you prepared your witness statements, both the specific case, the case-specific witness statements and the generic witness statements, you didn't mention the facility that the SSC had to undertake this function, did you?
No, because I didn't think it was relevant. Again, with hindsight, I realised that perhaps I should have done, but at the time, it was. My understanding was, and still is, that it was a very rare thing for the SSC to actually do.
Did you not realise that whether the SSC told you that it was being done rarely wasn't the real issue? It was the extent to which there was a tamper-proof evidential chain being presented to a court.
I'd not thought it through in that way at the time, I'm afraid.
Can I turn to your own knowledge of remote access by turning up WITN 0042 0100? This is Ian Henderson's witness statement. Do you remember him from Second Side?
Yes.
Can we turn to page 13, please? And look at paragraph 43 at the bottom. He says, in September 2012, I met with Gareth Jenkins, the lead engineer for Post Office Horizon, at the head office of Fujitsu in Bracknell. He told me that, over the page, approximately 10 members of staff from Post Office were permanently based in Bracknell, dealing with various issues, including bugs, errors and defects. 44, Gareth Jenkins told me that Fujitsu routinely used remote access to branch terminals for various purposes. This was often without the knowledge or specific consent of individual sub-postmasters. He told me that members of his team could connect remotely to branch terminals and generate keystrokes that were indistinguishable from a sub-postmaster accessing the terminal directly. They did this for various purposes, including collecting log files directly from branch terminals. Is what Mr. Henderson says there accurate?
I don't think so. I don't think that was how I would have explained things. I mean, particularly the last bit about collecting log files directly, that's nothing to do with changing transactions into the accounts.
Do you agree that in September 2012 you met Ian Henderson?
Yes, I agree.
Do you agree that that was at the head office in Bracknell?
Yes.
Did you tell him that members of staff from Post Office were based in Bracknell permanently, dealing with issues including bugs, errors and defects?
I was referring to some of the testers, not people. Those post office staff members did not have access to the live system.
You weren't in your conversation referring to the SSE then?
No, not in terms of paragraph 43.
Did you tell him that Fujitsu routinely used remote access to branch terminals for various purposes?
I probably said that the SSE had access to the branches for pulling back things like diagnostic logs and things like that. I may well have suggested that it was possible for SSE members to inject correcting transactions, but I would have seen that as being done through the correspondence server at the time.
Did you
but when I spelt that out in detail at the time, I just can't recollect the details of the conversations.
Did you tell him that such remote access was often without the knowledge or specific consent of individual sub-postmasters?
Well, if it's referring to actually pulling back log files, there would be no need for the knowledge or consent of the sub-postmasters.
Did you tell him that members of your team could connect remotely to branch terminals and generate keystrokes that were indistinguishable from a sub-postmaster accessing the terminal directly?
I don't think that I would have said those because the only people who had that sort of access were the SSC and they weren't part of my team.
Did you tell him that anyone in Fujitsu could connect remotely to branch terminals and generate keystrokes that were indistinguishable from a sub-postmaster accessing the terminal directly?
They wouldn't be generating keystrokes, so any injection of data wasn't done by generating keystrokes.
Did you tell him that Fujitsu staff could connect remotely to branch terminals and alter branch accounts in a way that made it indistinguishable from the sub-postmaster doing so?
I don't think I would have said that because my understanding was it was actually done at the correspondence server at the time.
In general terms, you say that you wouldn't have said this because you didn't know it at that time. You only discovered this in 2018, 2019.
That's my understanding, yes.
What he's attributing to you in September 2012, never mind the precise details, but generally speaking, is accurate, isn't it?
There was remote access, yes, but not in terms of the gory details of it.
Well, not only that it was remote access, there was remote access of a kind which made it indistinguishable from the sub-postmaster's activities.
Well, I'm not sure that would be the case because what I was thinking of is remote access to the correspondence server which would be distinguishable.
He was, it seems, told that there was a form of remote access that made what had happened indistinguishable from the sub-postmaster carrying out the relevant functions. That you say that you didn't know at the time, but what was happening, but you subsequently found to be true in 2018, 2019.
Again, I knew it was possible, but I didn't know that it was being regularly done.
What was the context of your conversation with him in September 2012? Why were you talking about remote access at all?
I can't remember. My recollection was that we had a meeting where I was talking to him about how he could actually interpret and analyse the logs.
Do you think you would have spoken about remote access in that connection, i.e. what the logs did or didn't show?
I can't remember, I'm afraid.
Can we go back in time a little to 2002 by looking at FUJ 308 8036? Can you see that this is a Fujitsu document, a design document, version 1 of which is dated the 2nd of August 2002?
I can see that, yes.
And it's described as secure system support outline design.
Yes.
You're neither an originator nor a contributor.
Correct.
You'll see the abstract. It describes the requirements and outline design for secure excuse me, operational support access to counters and servers. And then if we scroll down, please. Look at the approval authorities on that page and then over the page. And scroll down. You're not included in any of those.
Correct.
Is this a document you would have seen at the time?
Probably not.
And just if you can tell us in general terms, why not?
It wasn't an area that I was particularly involved in.
Because it's about the functions of the SSC, is that right?
It was to do with some tooling that was being provided for the SSC, is what I understand from it from reading it now.
Can we look, please, at page 15? And look at 4.3.2. This is describing the position in 2002. Support access to the Horizon system is from physically secure areas. You would know that to be the case. The SSE was, as you've told us, in a
Yes.
Physically secure area. Individuals involved in support processes undergo more frequent security vetting checks. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that, but I'm not surprised that they were.
Other than the above controls, other than the above, comma, controls are vested in manual procedures requiring managerial sign-off, controlling access to post office counters where update of data is required. Otherwise, the third line support has 1, unrestricted and unaudited privileged access system admin to all systems, including post office counter PCs. Did you know that was the position in 2002?
I can't remember. I wasn't involved in the details.
Did you ever come to learn that they, in the SSC, had unrestricted and unaudited privileged access to all systems, including counters?
I know that later on it was audited. I didn't realise that this was something that had not been introduced at day one.
When did you find out that it was controlled in some way or audited in some way?
Well, what this outline design is to do with the mechanisms that were introduced to give that control, what I didn't realise was that hadn't been there from the very beginning until I saw this document as part of my preparation for the inquiry.
Okay, so it wasn't until 2021
or even later, yeah.
Even later,
Yeah.
that you realised that the SSE had unrestricted and unaudited privileged access to counters?
As far as I can remember, yes.
It says, secondly, third line support has the ability to distribute diagnostic information outside the secure environment. This information can include personal data, etc. The document continues, the current support practices were developed on a needs-must basis. Third line support diagnosticians had no alternative other than to adopt the approach taken given the need to support the deployed Horizon. There are no automatic controls in place to audit and restrict user access. This exposes Fujitsu to the following risks: the opportunity for financial fraud, operational risk, errors as a result of manual actions, causing loss of service to outlets, infringement of the Data Protection Act. When you were giving evidence about the operation of Horizon in your witness statements, is this the kind of information that you ought to have known about?
With hindsight, probably yes.
When you wrote your witness statements and when you gave evidence in the Seema Misra case, did you make any efforts to find out about issues such as this?
My understanding was that at that time things were all being audited and there were processes in place, but I didn't understand the details of the processes and what auditing was taking place.
When did you gain an understanding that everything was being audited and processes were taking place?
I can't remember is the simple answer.
Can we look, please, at FUJ 308-9535? If we just look at the date of this by scrolling down, over the page, there, the foot of the page, 24th, sorry, just at the top, 24th of August 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we go back up to the first page. Remote support secure access server high-level design. Is this speaking about a similar thing than the, as in the previous document we looked at?
I don't know. I don't recognise that. I see that, that what looks like my name is there, but that is the other Gareth Jenkins working on Post Office, because I had retired at that point.
I was about to ask you, if we scroll down, please. The HDCR solution owner, that's not you.
No, I'd retired by that time. And I was aware that there was another Gareth Jenkins working on the account, which did cause some confusion.
And so you didn't see this document at the time?
No.
And so the references that I would find in it back to the 2002 document that we looked at, it's a reference document and there are some extracts from it cited in the body, you wouldn't have seen at the time in 2016?
No.
Thank you. Can we turn, please, that can come down to poll 309 7217. And if we scroll down, please. If we go to the foot of the page, at the foot of the document. And scroll up. And keep going, it's just so we get that first email. Thank you. An email from you to Rachel Panter, from Rachel Panter to you, of the 26th of November 2012, copied to others, asking for an expert report. This is in the case of Kim Wiley. Yes?
Yes.
She says, Dear Gareth, request for an urgent expert report. Further to my previous email, I'm writing as a matter of urgency to request a signed and dated copy of your report in the case of Kim Wiley. I've attached a copy of defence solicitor's request for further disclosure. I've attached some documents, all of which sets out the background to the case. Can you consider this and include this paragraph at the beginning of your report? Quote, I've been asked to provide a statement in the case of Kim Wiley. I understand that the integrity of the system has been questioned, and I can say the following. As there have been no specific criticisms of Horizon raised by the defence, your previous report can be used with the addition of the opening line referred to above. Please see the defence case statement, which contains the nature of the defendant's case. And if we scroll up, please, to see your reply. I've been advised that I can try to help you, you say, if it isn't too late. I've had a read through the info you sent me yesterday. I've also taken my previous witness statement, which I produced in early October, and amended it. You're there referring, I think, to your generic witness statement of the 5th of October 2012.
Correct.
And we're going to come to that generic witness statement later. Reading through the defence statement, I see it does make some specific points which my statement doesn't currently address, specifically the challenges regarding robustness and remote access to the system. Do you want me to try and address these specifics? And then scroll down. And then some admin. Then if we go up, she replies, thank you. If you feel you're able to deal with the issues of robustness and the remote access system fairly swiftly, then I'd like you to address these points that have been raised so we can deal with every area they've criticised. And then scroll up. You say, what I propose is adding the following. I've been asked to provide a statement in the case of Kim Wiley. And just stopping there, this is going to be a bolt-on to your generic statement of the 5th of October.
Correct.
I understand the integrity of the Horizon system has been questioned, and this report provides some general information regarding the integrity of Horizon. And then if we skip a paragraph and look at, I also note a comment has been made about it being possible to remotely access the system. It is true that such access is possible. However, in an analysis of data audited by the system, it is possible to identify any data that has not been put, sorry, I'll read that again. Possible to identify any data that has not been input directly by staff in the branch. Any such change to data is very rare and will be authorised by the Post Office. As I've not had an opportunity to examine data related to this branch, I cannot categorically say this has not happened in this case, but would suggest this is highly unlikely. Dealing with that proposed insertion into the Kim Wiley statement, which I'm not going to deal with it now, you in fact entered into the Kim Wiley statement.
Yes.
You say it's true that remote access to the system is possible.
Yes.
You say that in an analysis of data audited by the system, it's possible to identify any data that has not been input directly by staff in the branch. That's not accurate, is it?
It was as I understood things at the time, but it isn't in my understanding of things now. Well, sorry, when I say that, if the SSC had been following their processes, then it would be, even if they'd been doing it at the branch, it should have been visible in the raw data, but not in the ARQ extracts.
What data you were referring to there? You say, however, in an analysis of data audited by the system.
Whatever data was there. So when I was looking at data, I tended to have the raw data as well as the ARQ data, and I appreciate, and I say here, that I had not had the opportunity to examine any data from the branch.
On what basis did you understand here in 2012 that any change to data was very rare?
From informal conversations that I'd had with the SSC, as I've mentioned earlier.
So the people...
I'm not saying I'd had a conversation as part of this, but just from what I'd picked up over the years.
So informal chats?
Yes.
Where did you get the understanding that any such change would be authorised by the Post Office?
I thought that was part of the process. As I understood it, then any changes, when they inserted data, then there would be a mechanism whereby Post Office would sign it off, and I believe that both Anne Chambers and John Simpkins indicated that as part of their testimony.
You knew when you were making this addition to the statement, though, that there was a form of remote access that could occur that would not be shown in the data.
I knew that it was theoretically possible. I didn't think it was something that was routinely done.
Why didn't you say so?
Because I didn't think of it. I was assuming that things were done in the normal way at that time.
Did you think that that was the right basis to approach statements made to criminal cause on the basis of assumptions of propriety?
I realise now that that is the wrong basis for doing it, but that is what I felt at the time.
You do say you cannot categorically say this hasn't happened in the case, but suggest it was highly unlikely. On what basis were you saying it was highly unlikely?
Because I knew that, I understood that that inserting transactions by the SSC was a very rare thing, and I believe that that has been established as well.
Can we turn on to poll 309-8724? This is an email to you from Simon Baker. of June 2013, so the following year. And if we just scroll down, he cites from your an email that you had sent, where he says the key message in your response is as follows, quote, "The Post Office Bracknell team had no access to the live system, therefore could not conduct any of these transactions." Is that something that you told him?
Yes, I think so. The post office did not have access to the live system, yes.
And then well, hold on. The Post Office Bracknell team
Did not have access to the live system, they only had access to test systems.
If you said that, would you be referring to post office personnel?
Yes, that's what I meant by POL. I would have said POA if I was referring to the Fujitsu team.
And then he continues, the previously supplied emails suggest that the Bracknell team could access, possibly on an overnight basis, transactions in the live system. Please see the following extracts. Although it's rarely done, it's possible to journal from branch accounts. There are possible P&BA concerns about how this would be perceived and how disputes would be resolved. And then scroll down, please. And over the page. At the moment, your response is inconsistent with what is being said in emails sent between Bracknell team members. Can you look into this urgently and address this apparent inconsistency in an updated response? So you're being asked essentially to comment on questions from Second Sight about staff at Bracknell having access to the live system.
Yes.
And did you reply to this?
I can't remember. I may well have done.
If we scroll to the top,
yes.
I'm not sure that I found a reply. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Baker about it?
I can't remember. This was part of what I think was SRO 5, one of the spot reviews, and there were various emails about things, but this particular bit of it was talking about the post office team, and it was very clear to me from the context that it was referring to the post office team in the basement. I noticed there's reference to journaling, and I think that is referring to what post office could do in their back-end systems in Chesterfield, which would have no impact on the actual branch account.
I see. So the context of this exchange, or these requests, is post office staff at Bracknell rather than Fujitsu staff.
That is how I understand it from looking through this now. I can't remember the details of the specific email off the top of my head, but it is one that I recognise as having looked at as part of my preparation for the inquiry.
Thank you. Moving on, can we turn to FUJ 308 7100? And if we scroll down, please. A little further. Thank you. Sorry, just scroll up to catch it. Thank you. We can see an email from Michael Harvey to you and James Davidson. And he says, with respect to inserted data, could you provide a little more detail as to the audit trail that addition of data leaves? So notwithstanding we haven't used it, if we were to use, would the sub-postmaster or post office be able to see it in the audit record? I assume that this is the case, and so can we make it explicit? We need to be cognizant of the point that these two individuals are attempting to make. They're trying to say that Fujitsu have changed data, and so in answers, post office explicit questions, the underlying answer must be, one, when we have and why, i.e. the 2010 incident, and two, if we had, the following audit trail would be left demonstrating we'd done it. No audit trail means we could not have changed the data. Scroll up, please. Your reply the answer is slightly different depending on whether we're talking about old Horizon 2010 or earlier or new Horizon online 2010 onwards. However, in both cases, the injected transactions would be visible in any local reports the postmaster may view and also in the audit extract. I think you now realise that to be wrong, don't you?
Yes, I do.
On what basis were you saying it?
Because my understanding was that whenever the SSC were injecting transactions, they did so at the correspondence server and not at the counter.
Was that based on informal conversations as well?
I can't remember on what basis it was. It was probably informal conversations, and also the fact that it's actually a lot easier to inject transactions at the correspondence server than at the counter in terms of their processes.
The context in which you were being asked this, I think James Davidson was the lawyer, wasn't he?
No, James Davidson was, at that stage, I think he was, he had been employed by Fujitsu as the head of the customer services.
Okay.
He then left and gone freelance and was primarily involved in liaison along for second sight between Fujitsu and Post Office. Michael Harvey was a lawyer.
Thank you. You were being asked by a lawyer for quite precise information, if we go back to his email.
Yes. And that was my belief at the time, and I accept now that I'd misunderstood things.
Well, it wasn't misunderstood. What inquiries had you made in order to provide the answer that you did?
At the time, none. I was relying on what I thought I knew.
And is that your reflective of a general approach when involved in threatened or possible court proceedings or court proceedings themselves? You work on the basis of what you had understood from conversations and what you thought you knew rather than properly researching an issue?
Yes, I guess that has to be the case.
If we scroll back up to your reply. Yes, sorry, we're there. You say, in both cases, the audit extract would show, perhaps not obviously and in different ways, depending on the version of Horizon, that these transactions have been inserted in the data center and not taken place on a normal counter. That's not correct in relation to standard ARQ data, is it?
It would be in the standard ARQ data because one of the bits of information in the standard ARQ data is the node ID or the counter position, and anything injected to the data center would have a node ID that reflected it was being done at the data center.
You say our processes should ensure that Post Office has signed off on any occasion when such data was inserted. What inquiries did you make as to the nature of the processes?
At the time, none, but my understanding had been that there were standard processes, which I didn't know the details of, that the SSC followed, which involved getting things signed off by Post Office.
Again, you say that's based on your understanding. Was that just through general chat?
Probably, yes.
Can we move forward then to the Horizon Issues judgment, please? RLIT 605. And page 87, please. And pick up at para 316. That's Mr. Godseth, had given information in his first witness statement, namely in Legacy Horizon, any transactions injected by the SSC would have used the computer server address as the counter position, which would be a number greater than 32. So it would be clear that a transaction had been injected in this way by someone other than the sub-postmaster. This is important because it would be consistent with the case originally advanced by the Post Office, that any such injections would be entirely visible as having been done externally, i.e. not within the branch, due to the counter number used, 317. However, this important information was simply incorrect and was corrected by both Mr. Godseth and Mr. Parker in subsequent statements before they were called. and as a direct result of Mr. Roll's evidence. The information that was incorrect and therefore had to be corrected had come directly from Mr. Jenkins. This shows that Mr. Jenkins did, in at least one very important respect, give Mr. Godseth directly incorrect information about the visibility of injected transactions, which not only could have an effect on branch accounts, and whether this would show, or rather not show, that the impact on those accounts had come from the injections made outside the branch. Mr. Godseth only found out the true position when Mr. Parker was preparing his subsequent witness statement in the weeks prior to the commencement of the Horizon Issues trial, in other words, in 2019. He'd not known that before. His explanation...
Sorry. I don't think that is quite an accurate representation of what actually happened in the...
Let me just get to the end of the paragraph. He had known that before. His explanation was as follows. And then he sets out an explanation. Firstly, is it right that you told Mr. Godseth that any transactions injected by the SSC would have used the computer server address at the counter position using a number greater than 32?
That was my understanding when I was having a conversation with him. I can't remember the exact month now. I think it was probably August or September in 2018, something like that, when he was preparing his first statement.
And why were you having that conversation with him?
To explain my understanding of remote access at that time.
Why were you having to explain to him your understanding of remote access?
I think I was commenting on a witness statement that he was putting together for the GLO.
And so is this right? As a result of informal chat, you told Mr. Godseth something that turned out not to be true. He included it in a witness statement in the High Court.
I realised my mistake soon after he'd actually put his witness statement in, and I then attempted to correct my mistake shortly after that. And I I produced a document about 2 or 3 weeks after his final draft of his first witness statement, pointing out that I'd realised that that was actually incorrect. And I sent that to the various lawyers and to Torsten and also probably to Steve Parker.
Did your change in approach come about because of you reading Richard Roll's witness statement?
Yes, and as a result of that, I had a conversation with John Simpkins, which pointed out the error in my previous understanding.
We've seen, sorry, that can come down. We've seen Mr. Henderson say that you said to him in 2012 that Fujitsu could remotely access branch terminals and insert transactions which would be indistinguishable for those in the branch.
We've seen him say that, yes.
You subsequently claimed otherwise in your emails that we've looked at.
Yes.
And it appears when you gave your initial account to Mr. Godseth for the purposes of him writing a witness statement, you maintained that position.
Yes, there was a genuine mistake.
So is it the case that it turns out that what Mr. Henderson says that you admitted to him in 2012 was in fact, in general terms, true all along?
I don't believe that I would have said that at the time, but I just can't remember the conversations that we had. It was my genuine belief that injections of transactions were done at the correspondence server rather than at the counter.
Thank you. Can we turn to a new topic, please? The use and reliability of ARQ data. You deal at various points in your third witness statement with ARQ data. Can we turn those up, please? Paragraph 127, which is on page 41. 127. You say the evidence before the inquiry has shown that issues sometimes arose in respect of the audit data. You deal with the issues in greater detail below. However, there is a distinction I think it's important to be clear about at the outset. This is the distinction that exists between A, data which actually gets committed to the audit server, which becomes excuse me, the audit data, and B, data being affected by a problem before it's committed to the audit server, which at that stage is not audit data. And then paragraph 128, you say overall the issues which have been considered by the inquiry do not change my mind that the audit data, including the raw audit trail and the NT events log, was a highly reliable and effective means of diagnosing system issues. I'd still agree with Mr. Justice Fraser's judgment that the audit data, once the true scope of that term is understood, was a gold standard for this purpose. The relevance of audit data not including information generated by Pol, SAP or Credence is not clear to me, since neither system was used by sub-postmasters in balancing their accounts. Some general questions to start with then, please. Did you, in general terms, consider that the ARQ data that you were provided with in each case that you were asked to provide a witness statement was sufficient to enable you to reach conclusions about whether a particular branch had or had not experienced issues with Horizon?
It's not just the ARQ data, it's looking at the associated NT event logs that come with it.
Yes. So ARQ data plus NT event logs?
Yes.
Did you consider that both species of data were sufficient for you to reach reliable conclusions about whether a particular branch had or had not experienced issues with Horizon?
I was looking, right. I think with the use of the NT events, then yes, the ARQ data would be reflecting what had actually been recorded at the branch, and if there was a problem in recording it, then that would have been visible in the NT events. So yes.
So is the answer to my question yes then?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Has your view about the adequacy of such data in any way changed in the light of any of the evidence given to the inquiry by any of the Fujitsu witnesses?
I believe that it is also useful to be able to look at the raw NT event logs as well, and I usually had access to those raw event logs.
Did you look at them?
Yes. Well, at least when I was given evidence. I mean, there was clearly some cases in 2012 where it was decided that there was no need to look at the ARQ data at all.
In some cases, in your witness statement, I think you made clear that you hadn't seen the ARQ data and therefore couldn't comment on the cause of a shortfall.
Correct.
In other cases in which you provided a witness statement, you didn't explicitly point that out.
That is correct. I was expecting that if there was some specifics to be looked at, then I would be shown the ARQ data, but clearly that didn't happen.
In those other cases in which you provided a witness statement but didn't state that you were unable to comment on the cause of the shortfalls without having seen the ARQ data and NT events logs, should we take it nonetheless that you felt able to offer definitive views on the causes of shortfalls without having seen such data?
I think I was giving a general view of how I thought how the system should be operating. I was expecting to have some sort of comeback in terms of specifics if that was appropriate, and clearly in some of those cases it didn't happen.
Who were you expecting to give some sort of comeback?
The post office investigators.
Why did you make it clear in some witness statements, for example the Grant Allen one, that you were unable to offer a view as to the cause of specific shortfalls in that case without having seen the ARQ data, but not in others?
Because I'd actually been given some specific information there as to something that might be the cause, and I was agreeing that that could be a cause, and that was something that I would have needed to investigate.
Did it ever occur to you to refuse to provide a view unless and until you were provided with all of the data that you considered necessary in order to answer the questions which you have been asked to address?
Well, taking that specific case of Grant Allen, I was certainly concerned about that, and not only did I check with the lawyers from Post Office that it was okay to sign that statement, I also checked it with a lawyer within Fujitsu that it was okay to sign that statement before I did so.
Did you assume that those at the Post Office responsible for pursuing the criminal cases, i.e. either investigating or prosecuting them, who were asking you to provide reports and witness statements, were aware of the fact that you didn't automatically have access to ARQ data and NT events logs in every case?
I'd understood that it was the normal thing to actually have ARQ data. It wasn't until later that I realised that they didn't always provide it. I thought that was the whole purpose of ARQ data, was to have some sort of information to support any sort of prosecution or investigation.
Dealing with the distinction that you make in paragraph 127, if we just scroll up, between data which is committed to the audit server and that which isn't.
Yes.
If data is affected by a problem before it's committed to the audit server, would that mean that there is a risk that once the data is committed to the server, it's unreliable?
If taken into account with the NT events, then that would make it clear that that has actually happened. So as long as you look at the NT events as well as the ARQ data, then I felt it would be reliable.
I don't think you addressed that point in any of your reports or witness statements or any of your advices or explanations to the Post Office.
I was expecting to be asked to look at the audit data, which therefore would have been doing the checks against the NT event data. But
So,
I accept that that didn't happen.
So again, the reason for not mentioning is that you were expecting somebody to come back to you about it.
Correct.
When you were looking at audit data which had been committed to the server, how could you be confident that that data hadn't been affected by a problem before it got to the server?
Because I know I was aware that the process for generating the ARQ data would include checking for unexpected NT events at the same time, which should therefore have detected any such failure.
Can we look, please, at poll 309 7480? And go to page 3, please. And scroll down. This is a quite complicated email chain between you and Helen Rose about the Lepton report and the logs produced as a result. If you can try and help us distinguish or understand what's being said to start with. You refer to some files and you say they are part of the standard ARQ returned.
Yes.
And then in the third paragraph, you say, if that, which is what you described in paragraph 2, is sufficient for your purposes, then you do have all you need in the standard ARQ. However, what I was able to confirm from my look at live data a couple of weeks ago, and is also held in the underlying raw logs, is confirmation that the reversal was generated by the system and not manually by the user. What might also be available in underlying logs is whether or not the system was rebooted. I suspect it was, but have no evidence one way or the other. I can confirm the other user did log on again. Do you need anything further from me? So to summarise, you were explaining here the limitations of what was included in standard ARQ data. Is that right?
Yes.
You were explaining some additional data that you were able to find by looking at what you call live data.
Yes.
Which in fact revealed that the relevant transaction was one not undertaken by the sub-postmaster, but was one generated wrongly by Horizon itself.
No, it wasn't generated wrongly by Horizon itself. It was one that was generated by Horizon itself as part of the recovery process following a failure of the system, and the whole purpose of that reversal being undertaken by the system was to reflect what the postmaster would have understood to have occurred at the time of the failure.
I see. So it was an automated process where the system generated the reversal
to reflect what should have been understood by the sub-postmaster in the branch at that particular time.
Okay. Then if we scroll up, please. We see Helen Rose replies, I can see where this transaction is now and understand the reason behind it. My main concern is that we use the basic ARQ logs for evidence in court. And if we don't know what extra reports to ask for, then in some circumstances, we would not be giving a true picture. That's right, isn't it? That if they were using in court cases the basic ARQ logs, in some cases, a true picture would not be given to the court.
I would dispute that, because in fact that reversal was part of providing the true picture. The reason that reversal had actually taken place was to reflect what the sub-postmaster would have seen in the branch at the time.
Well, hold on. If we go up to your... Well, hold on. We should read the second paragraph first. I know you're aware of all the Horizon integrity issues. I want to ensure that the ARQ logs are used and understood fully by our operational staff, that we have to work with this data both in interviews and in court. What did you understand her to mean by saying to you that you were aware of all of the Horizon integrity issues?
I'd been sent a few months earlier a report that she had produced of branches that were challenging the integrity of Horizon. So I assumed that she was referring to that report of hers, which I'd been sent a copy of.
So not meaning you're aware of all of the integrity issues with Horizon that in fact exist, but instead meaning all of the allegations made by sub-postmasters about Horizon integrity issues.
That is how I would have understood that statement to have been made.
She says, I want to ensure that the ARQ logs are used and understood by operational staff who have to use them in interviews and in court. We go back up to your reply, please. You say you understand your concerns. It would be relatively simple to add an extra column into the existing ARQ report spreadsheet that would make it clear whether the reversal basket was generated by recovery or not. This would address your concern. So was it the case that the existing ARQ data being relied on by investigators and prosecutors did not give a full picture? You were suggesting a solution to that.
It was giving a full picture of what had occurred. There were some... These system recoveries were purely to actually put the branch accounts back into the state that they should have been in following a failure. It's a fairly complicated scenario to try and describe. I don't know if you want me to get into the technicalities. I suspect not. But it was all to do with what can happen when a comms failure occurs at the wrong time.
You don't say in reply, hold on, Helen or Miss Rose, you're wrong. The data you have does present a full picture. You say there needs to be a change in order for it to do so.
What I was saying is that if she wanted to be aware of those things specifically, then that could be added into the ARQ, into the standard ARQ extract.
Was that done?
I don't believe,
to your knowledge?
Not as far as I'm aware.
And why wasn't it done to your knowledge?
Because it required the Post Office to request a change on Fujitsu to do that, and I don't believe they pursued it.
So it was a post office decision.
Yes.
Do you know why the post office did not pursue it?
No.
Thank you. Can we move on, please, to your integrity reports?
Yep.
Thank you. That can come down. Just looking at it generally to start with, you authored 2 reports addressing the integrity of data on Horizon.
I think they were narrower than that in terms of what their scope was. But I know the reports you're referring to.
The first, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. It's hay fever.
Well, take your time, Mr. Beer.
You authored 2 reports. The first, 2nd of October 2009, do you remember?
I remember that report, yes.
The title of that was Horizon Data Integrity.
Yes,
That was about Legacy Horizon.
correct.
Would you prefer an early lunch? It's 1:45.
That's most generous, sir.
Right. What time shall we resume?
Can we say 25 to 2, please?
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think I'm back up to full operating speed.
Good.
Mr. Jenkins, we were going to look at the two Horizon data integrity reports that you wrote. And I was summarising that you authored two reports, the first of which was dated the 2nd of October 2009, and the title of which was Horizon Data Integrity.
Correct.
And that was about legacy Horizon.
Correct.
The second of which was dated the 25th of November 2011 and was called Horizon Online Data Integrity. And that was obviously about Horizon Online.
There were various versions of it with different dates, but yes,
Yes,
that was probably the date of one of them.
The last version I think that we've got is version 4 and is dated the 25th of November 2011.
There was a variant on that I used later on in 2012, but yes.
Can I ask you some general questions about those reports then, before looking at the contents in detail? Firstly, at the time that you prepared the first report, the one about Legacy Horizon, called Horizon Data Integrity, what did you understand the purpose of the report was?
I was asked to provide a report on some specific failure scenarios that occurred on Legacy Horizon. I couldn't remember initially what it was that had caused that, but when Dave Smith gave his evidence to the inquiry, he says that he phoned me up and instructed me to do that, and I was happy to accept that. I've since seen some emails saying that I was asked by people in Fujitsu on his behalf to write that report, but I don't think that really contradicts what I said before.
Did you therefore understand that you were being asked to produce a report that was narrow in scope about very specific issues?
Correct.
In relation to the Horizon Online Data Integrity Report, at the time that you prepared that, what did you understand its purpose was?
Initially, it was supposed to be a companion document to that. It then got subsumed into a document to support some proposed investigation that Fujitsu were having with KPMG into the integrity of the audit trail.
So originally it was a companion document to the...
But with a similar sort of scope, in other words, looking primarily at what the integrity of the audit trail.
Why did the reports not cover all bugs, errors and defects known to Fujitsu at the time that they were written?
Because that wasn't what I was asked to produce at the time.
Do you know why you weren't asked to produce a report that was addressing all known bugs at the time?
No, I was asked to produce a report covering the scope that the report actually covered.
Were you aware, whilst employed by Fujitsu, that the Legacy Horizon report was relied on by Mr. Ismay of the Post Office in preparing his report in August 2010 about the general robustness of Horizon?
No, I was not.
You didn't know it was going to be appropriated and used for a different purpose than you had prepared it for?
No, I didn't.
Have you seen now, in fact, how it was used?
Yes, I have seen Mr. Ismay's report as part of the documentation I've been provided for the inquiry.
And do you agree that it has been used for a purpose different from that which you intended?
Yes, it has been.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote the online report that the Post Office may intend to use that report as a basis for briefing or addressing concerns raised by MPs?
When I wrote the online report, I don't think it was prepared for the purpose of the Post Office. The KPMG audit was not something that Post Office was necessarily aware of at the time. When I produced the cut-down version of it in 2012, I saw that purely as being a description of the integrity of the audit trail, and I I think there was an email exchange wanting a report, effectively the equivalent of the Legacy Horizon one, and I thought it was actually to do with prosecutions rather than anything to do with briefing of MPs or anything like that.
Were you told at any time that the Post Office intended to use your report as a basis to address concerns raised by MPs?
I don't think I was even aware of that now.
Can we look at the detail then of each of the two reports? Can we start, please, with the Legacy Horizon Integrity Report, Data Integrity Report, FUJ 308-0526. Thank you. We can see the document's title is Horizon Data Integrity, and we can see on this page here that you are the author of it.
Correct.
Correct. And if we just go over to page 2, please, and scroll down, and over the page, and scroll down. After the index, we can see the document history. And can you see the version that we're working from here is version 1.0, dated the 2nd of October 2009.
Correct.
And if we just look at the foot of the page, we can see that. And that's on every page, bottom right. Can you see
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Just go back up to the top of the page. Just out of interest, version 0.1b, which appears before version 1, is described as a first informal draft, but is dated a year after the final version for release.
I think that must be a typo.
Should that be 2nd of
That should be
October?
2009. I've not noticed that until now.
Okay. So does that reflect that you created the report and finalised the report all on one day?
I think the version 0.1a may have been produced a day or two before that, but yes, the whole report was produced in a fairly short time scale.
We can see who's required to review it. Mandatory review, Susie Kirkham and Jeremy Worrell, both Fujitsu.
Yes.
And then optional review, the first three of those Fujitsu,
Yes.
and the fourth of them is Mr. Smith from the Post Office, is that right?
Correct.
Do you know whether he in fact reviewed it?
I can't remember now.
It's not marked up with the asterisk, if you look at the bottom of the page, which indicates that the reviewer actually returned comments.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it had been sent to him. But the thing was, I was asked to actually get it signed off and reviewed quickly. So whether he'd actually seen it or not, I'm not absolutely certain.
And if we go to the top of the page, and this appears on every page, commercial in confidence and without prejudice. Why was it marked up without prejudice?
Someone asked me to put that there. I've no idea what that actually means. I believe it's some sort of legal thing, but I don't understand what it means.
Who asked you to put that there?
I can't remember now.
Were you told that this was being prepared in the contemplation of any litigation?
No, I don't believe so.
Were you told that this was prepared for the purposes of obtaining legal advice?
I don't believe so.
Did anyone mention to you before or as you were preparing the document that it was to be used or might be used in litigation that was reasonably in contemplation or for the purposes of obtaining legal advice?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can we go forward to page 5, please? We can see the purpose of the document it is submitted to the post office for information purposes only and without prejudice. You put that.
Again, I don't understand what without prejudice means, so someone must have said I needed to add that in, but I can't remember who.
Would that be a lawyer?
I don't know.
In the event that the post office requires information in support of a legal case, Fujitsu will issue a formal statement. Again, you wrote that.
And I think someone must have told me that I needed to include that in the document. And
do you know why that this report couldn't be relied on in support of a legal case? If there was a legal case, then Fujitsu would issue a formal statement.
No, I'm not aware of why I was asked to include that in the document.
The document is a technical description of measures that are built into Horizon to ensure data integrity, including a description of several failure scenarios and descriptions as to how those measures apply in each case. The document only covers Horizon. It doesn't cover Horizon Online. Was that dictated to you, or is that you writing?
That was me.
So it describes measures that are built into Horizon Online to ensure data integrity.
I think you mean Legacy Horizon.
Sorry?
I said I think you mean Legacy Horizon.
Yeah.
Did I say Horizon Online?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Legacy Horizon.
Yes.
To ensure data integrity, is that right? And then if we go over the page, please. There is, under the heading Horizon Data Integrity, a description in summary terms of data processing within Horizon. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, please, and keep going, and keep going. After that summary, you set out scenarios.
Yes.
And you say it should be noted that these scenarios are all to do with equipment failures. These will always be visible to Fujitsu through event logs, which are retained.
Yes.
The possible failure scenarios that you then discuss in the report deal essentially, would you agree, with equipment failures?
Yes.
And not software failures?
Yes.
So, for example, the calendar square bug's not mentioned, is it?
No, it isn't.
Nor the remming out bug?
No.
Would you agree that if this document was taken as providing a picture of Horizon's good health, it only gave a partial picture because it only dealt with equipment failure?
That was what I was asked to actually produce a report on. So the scope was given to me, and I believe those scenarios were actually provided to me by Post Office.
Would you agree that a full and complete explanation of Horizon data integrity would not only focus on equipment failures?
I can see that now, but as I say, that wasn't the scope that I was asked to produce this document for.
Did you say, well, hold on, if I'm writing a report about Horizon data integrity, it's more, it should be more than about pieces of equipment that may fail?
I'd understood that was what the report was required to cover.
Do you know why a narrow focus was selected?
No, I don't.
Did you get any sense that a narrow focus was selected to provide a commercially acceptable reality that Fujitsu could present to the Post Office, which only discussed equipment issues without referring to bugs, which, if mentioned officially in a report in a long series, might lead to a reappraisal of the contract between the parties?
That hadn't occurred to me at the time. As I say, I was just asked to produce a document with this particular focus, which is what I did.
The information in the report, therefore, didn't reflect a full picture of what you knew of concerns arising over data integrity in Horizon. It's only about equipment failures.
Yes.
Can we go to poll 308 8935? Thank you. If we just look at the top of the page. This is the ISME report of the 2nd of August 2010. You're not on the distribution list.
No.
Because it was a post office document.
Yeah.
When did you first see it?
I think I first saw it as part of the preparation for this inquiry.
Can we look, please, at page 7? Under the heading Horizon. Horizon was developed as an electronic point of sale to replace archaic paper-based accounting processes. It utilised hardware in branches which had strong security features and interfaces to a central data centre with high security. Data was replicated between units in the branch, and once it reached the data centres, it was replicated between those. This gave 3 strengths which are important in terms of allegations being made. Horizon infrastructure was robust from a security and access perspective. It was resilient in terms of being able to continue customer service and hold data in a queue in the event of incidents. And it had strong backup and integrity features with data backed up in branch and centrally. This provided a strong audit trail. Further narrative from Fujitsu is included at Appendix 3. And then if we can go to Appendix 3, which is page 17. Can we there see it's printed in a different way than the document that we just looked at, but your Horizon Data Integrity Report for Legacy Horizon?
Yes.
And is the entirety of the report set out there by Mr. Ismay as his Appendix 3?
I've not checked that it is the entirety, but I'm happy to believe that it is.
Okay. How did your report come to be included in the Ismay report?
I've no idea.
Were you asked for your consent or permission for it to be reused in this way?
No.
To your knowledge, was anyone in Fujitsu asked if it could be repurposed in this way?
I don't know.
Were you consulted on any of the wider contents of the Ismay report?
No.
To your knowledge, was anyone else in Fujitsu consulted on the wider content of the Ismay report?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When he gave evidence to the inquiry, Mr. Ismay said that he relied on your Legacy Horizon Data Integrity Report in drafting his own report, and he accepted that at the time he did not think that the Legacy Horizon Data Integrity Report had any limitations at all. He accepted that that was a failing. To your knowledge, was anyone in Fujitsu, including yourself, involved in any way in the use or the misuse of your report in the Ismay report?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Can we look, please, at FUJ 0015 6064? And look at page 3, please. Thank you. And if we just scroll up, please. And just scroll up. Thank you. From Susie Kirkham. Do you remember who she was?
She was an account manager or something. I think that's the title that's given on the report. I have a vague recollection of her, but I didn't have very much to do with her. I think my main interaction with her was to do with this report.
And who was Gavin Bounds?
He was also an account manager at some stage. How they related to each other, I just don't remember, I'm afraid. But they were both sort of fairly high up compared with me.
She says, Gavin, I've detailed below a brief summary of the sub-postmaster claim that Horizon fails to maintain the integrity of branch accounts if the branch experiences technical issues. Horizon has been running for around 10 years, during which time Post Office had to handle a number of legal cases surrounding system integrity, mostly from apparently disgruntled or fraudulent sub-postmasters. Fujitsu has twice appeared in court to support the Post Office. Only once has Post Office conceded its case, and this was at a time when the audit trails were too short to provide sufficient evidence to refute a sub-postmaster's claim. Recently, a number of sub-postmasters are again querying the data integrity of Horizon and are claiming that they are owed money by the Post Office due to inaccurate branch accounts. These sub-postmasters are talking to the press and are trying to gain some momentum to support their case. It's even rumoured that the BBC is considering a watchdog programme on the subject. Post Office is trying to head off this possible escalation of interest by preparing a stock of simple responses to possible questions for the media or interest groups. I've summarised below the timeline that deals when Post Office asked Fujitsu for assistance in compiling this information. The initial request from Post Office, Dave Gray and David Gray Poll, was made on the 24th of September, asking us to join a conference call hosted by Dave Smith, where Dave would outline his understanding of the situation and outline his response. Fujitsu would only comment if he made any factual errors on how Horizon works. Susie, spoke to Mike Wood, Dave Roberts and our press office as soon as the request was made. Fujitsu press office confirmed with Post Office press office that the journalists would not be present at this conference call, and it was purely internal Post Office attendees. They confirmed they didn't want Fujitsu responding to any questions from the press or external organisations. This was a Post Office issue, as the solution had been formally handed over to Post Office. They only needed Fujitsu for expert advice if required. Were you involved in any of those first two paragraphs?
I don't believe so.
Friday the 25th, the conference call was completed. Fujitsu's attendees are set out, not including you. And then over the page. During the conference call, the Post Office requested from Fujitsu a short paper to describe how Horizon maintains the integrity of branch accounts when certain issues affect the branch, e.g. blue screen hardware failure. Report requested to be given to Dave Smith by the 2nd of October. That's in fact the date of your report.
Correct.
Gareth Jenkins spent the best part of one day completing the report. Is that right? You spent a day writing it?
It was something like that because there was fairly short timescales for actually putting that together, yes.
The finished report was passed to Amanda Crabe Commercial at David Roberts' request before being sent to Dave Smith. The report was sent to Dave Smith on Friday, the 2nd of October, late morning, just prior to a second conference call. Second conference call on Friday the 2nd, Dave thanked Fujitsu for the document. No further actions. She spoke to Andy McLean on the 5th. He didn't expect any further activity for at least a couple of weeks. She spoke with Dave Smith on the 3rd of December, and he mentioned that the data integrity issue had reappeared. It's been taken up by a Welsh MP who also happens to be a barrister. He's threatening to bring an early day motion to the House. Dave is meeting him in Parliament on the 10th of December. At this stage, he didn't feel he needed any assistance, however, was alerting us to the fact this reappeared. In summary, our body of evidence is mature, so we're well placed to help the Post Office today. But when Horizon Online is installed in 2010, much of our existing material will become irrelevant, etc. You were copied in on this, weren't you?
I was.
So I think you knew that the data integrity issue had not gone away as a result of your paper, and there was a possibility that it was going to be raised with an MP in the future.
I must have read that in the report. I can't remember that now, but yes, I accept that I was copied on this email.
Yes, and then if we scroll up, please, and up the page, just stop there. Some internal emails not including you, and then scroll up, please. Keep going, and keep going, and then stop there. Anne Sinclair forwards that chain to Gavin Bounds. What did Anne Sinclair do?
I've no idea. I've not come across the name before.
And says, following discussions with our press folks and Susie on Monday night, we've agreed we need to downplay the issue as much as possible. We don't want to get too drawn into the debate, as we're only a supplier. There's a document that addresses all the technical questions that was produced for the Post Office for a meeting with MPs last week. Is it right that there was a list of hardware issues that was produced that you were required to address?
That is my understanding, and that is effectively what Section 3 of the document was all about. Someone gave me that list.
And so that reference there, there is a document that addresses all the technical questions. That's a reference back to your report of the 2nd of October.
I'm assuming so, but I don't know for a definite fact.
I mean, it says that it was produced for Post Office for a meeting with MPs last week. Do you think that was a different document?
It could be, as I say, I'd produced it on the 2nd of October, and I think now we're in December, so it could be something different. I don't know.
But did you prepare a second or supplemental document?
No.
For the purposes of a meeting with MPs?
No.
Thank you, that can come down. In short, then, you say that your paper was not a report about or a survey of all issues with Legacy Horizon?
Correct.
And again, did anyone explain to you why, if questions were being raised about the integrity of data produced by Horizon, you were not asked to produce a report, which was a survey of all of the issues which had affected Legacy Horizon?
I was asked to produce a report on the fairly narrow basis of those hardware type issues, and as I say, I believe that someone actually gave me a list of the ones to cover, and those were the ones that I covered in Section 3.
So it was sought for a limited purpose, its contents fulfil that limited purpose, and it shouldn't be used for any other purpose?
That was the situation at the time, yes.
Can we turn to the data integrity report for Horizon Online, please? FUJ 3080534. See the title again, Horizon Online Data Integrity. See again, you're the author.
Yes.
If we go to the foot of the page, we can see the date of this version, 25th of November 2011, version 4.
Yes.
And if we go over the page, please, and again, past the index, sorry, to document history, we can see that the first draft was created on the 18th of January of that year. And then if we scroll down, I'm not going to go through the summary of changes. Version 4, which I think is the one approved for distribution, is 25th of November 2011.
Yes.
Did the purpose of the report change in those 10 months or so?
Yes, it got one of the versions, I can't remember which versions, was there was talk about having a formal review of the integrity of the audit trail of Horizon Online by an external firm of consultants. KPMG. And the report was amended to actually effectively be a scoping document for what they were being asked to provide.
What was its original purpose?
I think its original purpose was to be a companion document with a similar sort of scope to the Legacy Horizon version.
Why did you need a companion document about hardware failures in relation to Horizon Online?
Well, it wasn't just the hardware failures, it was also talking about the way that the audit trail worked, and so this was talking about how the audit trail worked on Horizon Online, because that was very different from Legacy Horizon.
Why did you need a companion document about how the audit trail worked? Why did Fujitsu need one?
I can't remember exactly why I was asked to write this at the time now.
I was about to ask, who asked you to write it and why?
I can't remember, I'm sorry. There may be emails around about it, but I've not seen them as part of the inquiry.
Can we go to page 7, please? Terms of reference in bold at the top. Fujitsu would like to instigate an independent audit of the Horizon Online environment currently delivered to Post Office to provide confidence that the solution has intrinsic security controls commensurate with the requirement for legal admissibility. This would enable a legal review of contract compliance. Just trying to decode what that says. Is that saying that this report will show that Horizon Online has intrinsic security commensurate with the requirement for legal admissibility, or the report that's going to be prepared by KPMG?
The latter. So this was effectively the terms of reference for KPMG to produce their report, which never actually happened.
And whilst you said that, why didn't it happen, to your knowledge?
I don't know why it didn't happen. I think I've understood since then that the second site review subsumed it, but I think the scope of the second site review was actually very different from what this was intended to be.
Who gave you to understand that the second site piece of work was the surrogate for a Fujitsu commissioned review that would provide confidence that Horizon Online had security controls commensurate with the requirement for legal admissibility?
It probably, I'm not sure if I was told explicitly, it could well be an assumption on my part that this all seemed to go away at the same time that the second site review started up.
What about the suggestion that this will enable a legal review of contract compliance? To your understanding, did Fujitsu engage in that process at all? A legal review of contract compliance?
My understanding is that that was what KPMG were being asked to do, but that never happened.
Did you get told at the time that neither of those things happened because of second sight?
I don't think I was told that explicitly, but I can't remember.
All you knew is that they didn't happen?
Correct.
Paragraph 1.1 objective. Now that Horizon Online has been operational for 12 months, Fujitsu is undertaking a legal review of its compliance with its contract obligations, and in order to enable that, would like to undertake an independent assessment to demonstrate the adequacy of the security controls that have been designed into the system to provide assurance in the robustness of the audit of the transactional data that may be used as evidence in court. So just stopping there, did you understand that the review to be undertaken by the third party, I'm going to call them KPMG,
Yeah.
to be undertaken by KPMG, had as its focus assurance in the robustness of data used as evidence in court?
That is what I understood was the purpose of that. So there were a number of people involved in the discussions with KPMG, and this document was just something that I was the author of, but a lot of the input was from the team who were working on the discussions with KPMG. I remember going to 2 or 3 briefing meetings with KPMG with other people within Fujitsu as well.
Would you agree that the purpose of providing assurance in the robustness of the audit of transactional data that may be used as evidence in court is quite a broad statement of purpose?
Yes, I've probably not really thought that through particularly, but as I say, those are not necessarily my words, but I accept that they're included in my document.
The purpose of this document, i.e. the one you were writing, continue, is to define the terms of reference for the project and provide a technical description of measures that are built into Horizon Online to ensure data integrity. Those are your words, is that
Those
right?
are my words, yes.
Would you agree that that purpose, as described, is a broad statement of purpose?
It is a fairly broad statement, yes.
Would you agree that the existence of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon may affect data integrity?
I don't think, at the time, I wasn't aware of outstanding bugs, errors and defects in Horizon Online.
That's a different issue.
Right.
Would you accept that the existence of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon Online may affect data integrity?
I think what we were trying to show here was the integrity of the audit trail. Therefore, if there are any bugs, errors or defects in how the system operated, then it could all go back to looking at the integrity of the audit trail from which any reports produced by the system could then be traced back.
I'll try a third time. Would you agree that the existence of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon Online may affect data integrity?
I don't think they did affect the data integrity in terms of the integrity of the audit trail, which was the focus of this document.
Is that why the document does not address whether or not there are bugs, errors or defects in Horizon Online?
Yes, because it was thought that by actually showing the integrity of the audit trail, then that bypassed the need to consider bugs, errors and defects in the other parts of the system, because everything goes back to the data that's in the audit trail.
Was explicit thought and consideration given to that if we focus on the audit trail, we can bypass the existence of bugs, errors and defects?
Bypass may have been a bad choice of word. The point was that having the more limited focus of showing that the audit trail had integrity was something that was practical to actually be able to prove, which was what we're effectively asking KPMG to do.
Is that reflected on page 9, if we go forwards, please? Under purpose, in the last paragraph there under purpose, the scope of this paper is restricted to showing the integrity of the audit trail and that it accurately reflects the transactions at the counter.
Yes, that was effectively what I was trying to say before.
You tell us in your witness statement, no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 164 and 5, that, quote, my report was intended to be included in briefing materials for KPMG so that they had a high-level technical overview as to how data was recorded in the audit trail. Is that right?
Yes.
This report didn't consider when and how the audit information was interrogated, did it?
No.
It provided only a description of security controls.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by security controls.
Well, were you asked to conduct any research into the operation of the controls that are mentioned in the report and whether they were in fact functioning adequately on the ground?
This is what KPMG were being asked to look into.
I see. So you didn't do that. You were describing how the system was supposed to work.
So that they could then prove that it did.
It was down to them to prove, or disprove, presumably, whether in fact it was fit for purpose.
Correct.
But that never happened.
Correct.
So again, nobody should take your report as being the description of Horizon Online's overall integrity.
It was showing our belief of how the audit trail was a way of showing that the system had integrity, yes.
How it's supposed to work, in theory.
Yes.
So the scope of the report was limited by those commissioning it, correct?
Yes, I guess so, yeah.
In the light of your knowledge of the system by this time, it's 2 years or so in, so November 2011, and the bugs that had arisen, in particular in the course of development, did you ever question the limited scope of the commission?
No, because I felt that once the pilot... I accept the fact that there were some issues during the pilot phase of Horizon Online, but once the pilot was over, I believed that the audit trail of Horizon Online did indeed have the integrity that I was saying should be proved as part of this report.
But you had no evidence for that, because that was what KPMG were going to find out.
I had no independent evidence, but we had found empirically that it was it had the right it had the information there for doing so. That we hadn't found any outstanding problems in the way that the audit trail operated, and the audit trail was seen to be accurately recording what had actually happened within the branches, and we had no evidence to the contrary. So no, we hadn't proved it positively, but we'd had nothing to actually say that it wasn't correct.
Why was it necessary for KPMG to investigate at all then?
I think the senior management within Fujitsu at the time felt that it would be helpful to be able to have an independent proof, not just an internal assessment of what was happening.
If we go back to page 7, please. The top line of the terms of reference includes the fact that the independent report would seek to provide confidence that Horizon Online has intrinsic security controls commensurate with the requirement for legal admissibility. By this stage, you were aware that the data being produced by Horizon, both, in fact, Legacy Horizon and Horizon Online, was being used to support criminal prosecutions.
Yes.
You were, I suspect, in any event, aware that the data being produced by both systems formed the core accounting information for any sub-postmasters business.
Yes.
And indeed the business of the post office itself.
Yes.
And so integrity was of the data was absolutely critical.
Yes.
For all three reasons, or all three purposes.
Yes.
From their titles, these reports address Horizon integrity in the legacy system and Horizon Online data integrity, but did not address everything that you knew about Horizon data integrity, either in the online system or in legacy, did they?
I think they were trying to show that the audit information did indeed have integrity, and I believed at the time, and I still believe now, that it does.
For example, in relation to Legacy Horizon, they didn't address faults in development or in the operation of the riposte system.
No, but I didn't think that was relevant in terms of the integrity of the actual audit trail, which is what was the basic subject that it was about.
They didn't address any detail of the riposte lock problem, for example.
It doesn't do that. That wasn't the scope of the document at the time.
It didn't address all of the circumstances in which a discrepancy might result and require reconciliation.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Well, the raising of an issue by a sub-postmaster, reporting it, the issue of a transaction correction by Fujitsu and the post office, it didn't address all of that process.
That wasn't. I didn't see that as being the purpose of the documents. The purposes of the documents were quite narrow, as we've already discussed.
If the work that KPMG was supposed to undertake was to be presented to a court, would you agree that the purpose would have been to satisfy the court as to both the integrity and reliability of the Horizon system, and therefore the data that was being produced in the case before it?
Yes, I think so.
An inadequate substitute would be to produce to a court your two reports.
I believe that was covering the integrity of the audit trail, and it was based on the data information in the audit trail that was the data that was being presented to the courts.
So you disagree with my suggestion. You think that an adequate and proper substitute was to present only your limited, constrained and narrow reports to a court as showing Horizon integrity?
That was how I understood things at the time.
And now?
I think I think they still show the integrity of the overall audit trail, which is the data that's been presented to the courts. But I accept now that I don't understand all the legal niceties, which and I clearly didn't at the time either. But I wasn't aware of my ignorance then.
Can we, on that note, turn to the second part of my questions to you, which concerns some of the case studies?
Okay.
And can we start with the case brought against Hughie Thomas, who ran a post office in Wales? You explain in a witness statement to us your involvement in the case was some months after the post office had concluded its investigation of Mr. Thomas, and in fact he'd been charged, correct?
That is what I now understand, yes. I didn't at the time necessarily.
Can we start by tracing your earliest involvement in the case, that I can see, by looking at FUJ 0012 2203? And if we look at page 6, please. I think we can see Mr. Ward at 12:43 on the 10th of March 2006, emailing a generic Fujitsu email address. Can you see that? It just says to Fujitsu on the right.
Yes, I understand that. I've no idea what email address that would have gone to.
No. The subject is ARQs, statement, request, and assistance. And then if we scroll down, please. He says, sorry for the length of the email. I'm going to ignore the next two paragraphs, the one starting both of the above and Brian. And then if we scroll down over the page, the third main paragraph, the one starting on a separate matter.
Yes, I see that.
He says, on a separate matter, I also require a witness statement in respect of the following ARQs. For some reason, they've been redacted. We know the numbers, and they appear in other emails, all of which relate to Mr. Thomas's post office. We need the usual, leave out paragraphs H, B, and J, but do need K, call logs, covering an analysis over the period 1st of November 04 to 31st of November 05. Penny, you may recall, this is the one which relates to nil transactions. My previous emails refer. Can you add an extra paragraph in your statement explaining how online banking transactions are processed and the data downloaded and how nil transactions can occur? And I think that's all that there is about Mr. Thomas's sub-post office, okay?
Yep.
So a request to either Penny, Thomas or Nene Lowther for a request for a witness statement that addresses some ARQs about Mr. Thomas's post office and explains how nil transactions can occur.
Yes.
Can we go to FUJ 0015 2582? Page 2, please. And scroll down a little bit. Mr. Pinder emails you on the 21st of March. So that's 11 days after the email we've just looked at.
Yes.
And says, Gareth re Telcon. As discussed, please see extract from a recent email below in italics from Graham Ward regarding providing a statement about nil transactions and online banking. If they're able to put something together for us, I'd be very grateful. If you send it back, I will arrange for Nene or Penny to write a statement for your signature. And then the part of the email that we've just read out, which does include the 3 ARQ numbers, is set out, the last part of which is in italics. Could you add an extra paragraph in your statement explaining how online banking transactions are processed and the data downloaded and how nil transactions can occur? So you're asked to put something together for us.
Yes.
Addressing nil transactions and online banking.
Yes.
His email seems to refer to a conversation with you. It says re-telcon at the top.
Yes, I see that.
I don't suppose you remember what Mr. Pinder told you of Post Office's requests?
No. I mean, clearly, I can understand what it's saying in the email, but what it actually said on the phone, I've no idea, I'm afraid.
Did you have anything explained to you by Mr. Pinder or otherwise as to what was expected of you when creating a witness statement or other document in response to this request?
I can't remember. What I believe from looking at the documentation I was asked to do was purely look at zero-value banking transactions and see why they came up as being zero-value banking transactions, and that is what I actually provided a report about.
You'll see that this seems to ask you to provide a witness statement about those things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, and I think what I actually did was provided a report to say, is this what you want the scope to be?
And in fact, I think we're going to see that you reply by email, not providing a witness statement, providing an answer.
That is my recollection from the emails I've seen lately, yes.
So he's asking you for a witness statement addressing those two things. If we go up, please, to page 1. Thank you. Same day, 21st of March, you reply, I've had a look at the ARQs and think there's sufficient info there to explain in most cases why there are zero-value transactions. I suggest the following as a brief explanation. There are 3 main reasons why a zero-value transaction may be generated as part of the banking system. 1, transaction has no effect. 2, it's been declined by the bank. 3, there's been some sort of system failure. Then you explain response codes. The third explanation is a response code with a value greater than 10 implies some sort of system failure. And you say, does that provide you with enough detail, identifying exactly why a given response code was generated in each case and the exact circumstances under which each one can be generated is much harder, but I suspect that's unnecessary. And then scroll down. Give some examples of some response codes. So you respond not by providing a witness statement, you say, here's a brief explanation.
Yes.
Were you clearing with Mr. Pinder what you said in advance of committing it to a witness statement?
I was just providing the information. I don't think at that stage I even knew what a witness statement was, though I might have...
I think you'd already provided a
yes,
draft.
Yes, I was trying to think, but I don't think I'd actually drafted one myself. It had been drafted for me by Mr. Pinder's team in terms of getting the formatting sorted out. And
that was in another case, in the Tasia case, is that?
That's the one, yeah.
So you did know what a witness statement was by then?
Yes, I must have done.
Just scroll up to the top of the page. And, sorry, just scroll down to the email. You say, I suggest the following as a brief explanation. Again, were you clearing with Mr. Pinder what to say in a witness statement before you made a witness statement?
I'm not sure if it was that. I think it was a case of, this is the basic information, how do you want it presented? I don't think I was sort of clearing information. I was happy that technically that was a reasonable description of what was happening and what the circumstances were, and that was the basis of the information that I felt that he needed for whatever witness statement was to be produced.
by somebody else?
For someone else to actually produce the statement, though, it may be one that I would need to own and sign up to at some point.
What do you mean you might need to own and sign up to a witness statement?
That it would need to be my witness statement, but basically, at this stage, I was just trying to make sure that we had the scope correct.
So you were clearing the scope for a proposed witness statement by you?
Yes, okay, yeah.
If we scroll up to the top of the page, he's grateful for your speedy response. He'll ask Nene to put it into statement form today for your perusal and signature on Thursday, if that's okay. Can we go back then, please, to... So before we do, was that a usual or an unusual approach in your dealings with Fujitsu's litigation or prosecution support team, that you would draft your own witness statements or somebody else would draft them for you?
I'm not sure we can actually talk about the term usual, but it was the first case that I remember being involved in, but clearly the case of Tasia has been drawn to my attention as part of the inquiry, which I had no recollection of whatsoever. But so in that way, this was the second time that I'd been involved in doing anything with prosecution support. So I think it's a bit difficult to find what is usual.
So too early to say what's usual?
Yes.
Can we go back to FUJ 0012-2203? Which was the chain that we were in before, and go to page 4, please. And we can see that at 1 minute past 1, Nene Lowther sends Graham Ward a draft witness statement for the above re-nil transactions and asks him, Mr. Ward, whether it meets his requirements. Now, you tell us in your witness statement, it's no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 294 at page 98 of your third witness statement, that you cannot find a copy of the witness statement that was attached to this email. And you're in good company, nor can we, but that may not matter for the moment. Can we go up to page 3, please? Thank you. We can see that Mr. Ward replies to Miss Lowther and Mr. Pinder and says, in relation to that witness statement that was sent, the layout's presumably unfinished, paragraph spacings, etc. As per my earlier email, and more importantly, the 3 spreadsheets sent with ARQ data need to be produced as individual exhibits, JIG 1, 2, and 3, and each column header must be explained, as you do in your usual statements. Also, the line which begins at the foot of the page, response code with a value greater than 10 appears unfinished. And then this is, for our purposes, perhaps the most important part. I'm concerned at the words system failure, which is also in an earlier line. There has been some sort of system failure, in quotes. What does this mean exactly? And is there any indication of a system failure at this office during the period in question? And then if we go further up, page 3, we see that later that day, at just after 3, Miss Lowther forwards that to you. Can you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Hi, Gareth. Please see below from Graham. Ignore the bit about exhibits. I'll print out the exhibits and update your statement with this. I understand you have copies of the spreadsheets. Please could you look at his second paragraph, that's the bit which explained concern about the mention of system failures, and advise with your comments again. And she sent your draft statement back. And I think the same comment as earlier applies, that there isn't a copy of that available that you can find nor we can find. Can we go up, please, to page 2? And keep going to see the beginning part of Mr. Jenkins' email. You reply still later that day, 20 to 6. No, I'm not quite sure what his problem is with what I've said. Basically, any value of response code that's greater than 10 does imply some end-to-end system failure. The actual value makes it clearer what exactly the failure is and where it's been detected. In the example, there are 2 such codes. And you'll see what you say about those. And you say, how do you want to play this? Do you want to add in specific text to the witness statement to cover these 2 codes, or persuade Post Office that the generic statement is okay, perhaps with some clearer words? So what did you mean by how do you want to play it?
What exactly was she asking me to do? Having now I got this information, what did she want to do next? And I was giving her a couple of options as to what we could do moving forward.
Can we go to page 1, please? And then scroll down to her reply the next day. Gareth, I've updated your witness statement with all the column headings you explained to me earlier. I've not included your response below, as I'm not quite sure where to fit it in. Could you help with this? Graham Ward is thinking that system failures are drastic events. Could you explain a little further on this? Like you said, they are normal system occurrences. Please send back to me when you finish so I can send to Graham Ward to look at if possible. And then on this chain, the last email, scroll up. You attach a witness statement and say you've annotated it with revisions. In particular, I don't feel I can include the last 2 paragraphs, which may make the statement useless. Can we look at the attachment to this email? FUJ 0012-2204. And if we just scroll down, we can see it is dated the 23rd of March. First paragraph. Is that something that you had drafted in the original or had been drafted for you?
I'm not 100% sure. I suspect that this was what Nina had produced in the earlier emails in the chain, and that bit of red that you see there is what I've added in at this latest version, is how I'm interpreting it, but I can't be 100% certain.
More generally, before we come to the red parts, if we look at the black text, which is indented underneath that first paragraph, we can see effectively that your earlier email has been cut into this witness statement, hasn't it?
Yes.
Verbatim.
Yes, and perhaps this is what Graham Ward was referring to in terms of formatting problems. I'm not sure.
To address the email that you'd received, you've added in the words underlined, such failures are normal occurrences. Is that right?
I thought that may be sufficient to address the fact that I could clearly see that people were concerned about the use of the term system failure, and I'm sure we're going to go and discuss that further this afternoon. And I felt as a first cut, let's just say, well, they are normal occurrences.
What do you mean, let's say, as a first cut?
Well, by system failure, what this was talking about was an end-to-end failure within the overall banking system. And so I thought that just by saying this was a normal occurrence, then that would be something that would be sufficient to not make it considered a motive. And I can clearly see that Graham Ward was concerned about having the term system failure in the witness statement, because that could give the wrong impression, because I now understand that he was thinking that meant that was a failure in Horizon. That is not what I meant by a system failure in this particular case.
So you thought that your original language had sort of scared the horses, and this was a way of calming
you down a bit, yes.
Move on, please, if we scroll on. You've added in red at the bottom there, the actual value provides further information as to the nature of the failure within the overall system.
Again, as a way of trying to calm things down and make it less emotive.
I'm going to skip over, if we go to page 2, the other amendments. And if we scroll through page 2 and go to page 3 and scroll down. Thank you. You remember in your email you said that you didn't feel that you could include the last 2 paragraphs. Are they the paragraphs beginning, "There is no reason to believe," and "any records to which I refer"?
Yes.
And you said that you don't feel that you could include them, and that might make the statement useless. Is that right?
Yes.
In your email. And you say, by way of comment underneath, "I'm not sure that the yellow bit is true. Can this be deleted? All I've done is interpret the data in spreadsheets that you've emailed to me."
And in particular, I was referring to the second of those 2 paragraphs, which was saying that I'd actually got the records out of the audit system, because I hadn't.
Does the second paragraph actually say that you had got the records out of the audit system? I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't actually say that, but it implies that I'd actually got hold of the information, and I hadn't got hold of the information. I'd just been sent a spreadsheet by Nina to say, "Look, see what it says in this spreadsheet." And I had no information as to where that spreadsheet had come from.
I want to concentrate on the first paragraph instead, please. That first paragraph in the second sentence says, "To the best of my knowledge and belief, at all material times the computer was operating properly, or if not, any respect in which it was not operating properly or was out of operation was not such as to affect the information held on it." You said you weren't sure that was true, and you asked for it to be deleted. Correct?
I wasn't. Yes. Yes.
Now, in terms of the guidance that you'd received about writing this statement, you tell us in your witness statement, no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 313 of your third witness statement, that you do not recall receiving any briefing from the post office or anyone else setting out the factual history of the case or summarising the prosecution evidence or the issues raised by Mr. Thomas.
Correct.
Did you ask for any?
I didn't think I needed to, because I was being asked a very simple question: what do these zero-value transactions mean?
So the answer is you didn't ask for any guidance because you didn't think it was necessary?
Correct.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 316 of your third witness statement, that you do not have a clear memory of anyone mentioning the word expert at any point, and that you understood that you were giving evidence about Horizon because of your knowledge and experience of it. It was never explained to you that there might be a difference between you giving factual evidence about Horizon and expert evidence in
Correct.
this context. These witness statement, or this witness statement and the drafts of it do not contain any expert declaration, do they?
No.
Why do you think you were chosen to prepare a witness statement regarding nil transactions in Mr. Thomas's branch?
Because I understood the way that nil transactions could be generated. I've been involved in the design of the banking interfaces, so I actually understood how you could get zero-value banking transactions and the circumstances and how to interpret them in the ARQ data.
Do you know whether anyone else within Fujitsu was considered as a provider of this statement?
I don't know that.
Did you encounter any challenges in preparing the statement requested by Graham Ward from the Post Office without the factual history of Mr. Thomas's case, or even a summary of the prosecution case?
I believe that I was being asked a very simple question: why are there zero value transactions? And that is all I was trying to address here.
When you received Mr. Ward's request via Mr. Pinder and Ms. Lowther, was your understanding that you were providing a factual analysis of Horizon or giving any opinion evidence?
I think that I saw that as being factual information.
Did you understand the legal significance and full implications of preparing a witness statement for the purposes of criminal proceedings against the sub-postmaster in a prosecution brought by the Post Office?
No.
Did you ask for guidance?
No, I thought I was just doing a simple bit of analysis identifying the reason why there were zero value transactions. And I thought that was a relatively straightforward bit of factual information that I could provide.
Did you have adequate time to prepare this witness statement?
I can't remember how much time I had. I clearly had looked at the data that I've been presented with and had had time to analyse all the zero value transactions in the data that I had been provided with. I can't remember now how much data that was.
Can we try and display before the break two documents side by side? The one that's on the screen at the moment, please, and the second document, your third witness statement at page 33. Perfect. You say in your witness statement at paragraph 102, I'm aware there's a question in the inquiry as to what the two boilerplate or standard paragraphs that appear at the very end of the standard Fujitsu witness statement, which exhibits the spreadsheets, actually meant. These two paragraphs are usually read as follows, and you set them out, and they broadly match the paragraphs on the right-hand side. Can you see?
Yes.
Moving on to 103. As I understand it, some witnesses to the inquiry have suggested that these paragraphs were supposed to show or were intended to mean that Horizon was working properly at a given branch, or even that Horizon was working properly across the whole estate. That's not what I thought these paragraphs were intended to mean. As I've set out above, paragraph 104, Fujitsu's operational manuals concerning prosecution support appear to deal with the integrity of audit data rather than the integrity of the Horizon system. Just stopping there, earlier in the statement you rehearsed those. You hadn't seen them at the time, in fact, those manuals.
Correct.
So you're referring here in support of your position to documents that you hadn't seen at the time.
Yes.
As I've set out above, Fujitsu's operational manuals concerning prosecution support appear to deal with the integrity of audit data rather than the integrity of the Horizon system. They don't suggest the standard Fujitsu witness statement would address the integrity of the overall Horizon system at a given branch. Indeed, as I've already noted, paragraph L of this standard witness statement referred to the integrity of the audit data exhibited to the witness statement in terms of its origination, storage and retrieval. 105, the individuals who signed this standard witness statement, such as Penne and Nene, could not have given an opinion about the integrity of the Horizon system, whether at a particular branch or generally. They didn't have the technical expertise, would have been unqualified to do this. They could comment on the integrity of the AR extraction process that they had personally undertaken. 106, all of this explains why it makes little sense to me that the standard closing paragraphs in the Fujitsu witness statement could have been intended to have some broader meaning about the integrity of Horizon. This witness statement was only concerned with the production of time-limited ARQ data and didn't, for example, set out an analysis of the data. I think there is a clear distinction between a statement that the Horizon system was working or a statement to its overall health at a given branch during a specific period, and a statement about the way in which the ARQ data for that branch had been produced so that it had integrity. There's no explanation that I've seen in the Fujitsu documents as to what these two standard paragraphs were supposed to mean. I can see from the communications in the case study of Mr. Huey Thomas that I raised a question about the two paragraphs. That's essentially what we're looking at on the right-hand side.
Indeed.
Looking back now, I think my understanding was that the first of these two paragraphs related to the proper operation of the computers involved in the production of the witness statement, and that the second standard paragraph related to the process by which any records referred to in the witness statement had been obtained and produced. In Mr. Thomas's case, I think my concern was that I could not include these paragraphs because I hadn't extracted the ARQ spreadsheets that my draft statement was referring to. By this I mean I couldn't speak to the computer which had extracted the spreadsheets as properly working. And you deal with the issue in more detail below. So just going back to the beginning part of that paragraph 107. Thank you. 4 lines in, you say, looking back at it now, I think my understanding was that the first of the two paragraphs related to the proper operation of the computers involved in the production of the witness statement. Just stop there. So you're saying by that the word processor or other computer on which the statement was being typed or typed for you was working properly?
And whatever was being used for doing the analysis and so on, yes.
So you're saying that the first paragraph we see on the right-hand side in yellow relates to the computer on which the statement was being typed?
That is the only way I can understand that as making any sort of sense in terms of the people who are producing that sort of statement.
You ask on the right-hand side that that paragraph is deleted. Yes?
Because
Yeah, just to take it in stages. You asked that it's deleted.
Yeah.
Did you think the computer on which the statement was being typed was not working properly?
No.
You were presumably satisfied that your draft witness statement was not inaccurate because of any improper use of the computer on which it was being drafted.
Correct.
Put another way, to the best of your knowledge and belief, the computer on which you drafted the witness statement was operating properly at the time.
Yes.
If the computer on which you drafted the statement wasn't operating properly, presumably any such problems with the computer wouldn't affect the accuracy of the content of the witness statement.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
On what basis, therefore, could you have any doubts as to the truthfulness of the first section highlighted on the right on the basis of the reason that you give, as is highlighted in yellow on the left?
I was just unclear about the whole lot, and maybe I must have had some sort of discussion and then when I said, well, that needs to be in there, then I realised what it must have meant, because that was the only sensible explanation for what that paragraph could mean.
No, you say, looking back now, your
Yeah.
understanding is that the first of the two paragraphs is, as I've summarised it, about the operation, the proper operation of the computers being involved to type up the witness statement.
Yeah.
You can't honestly believe that.
Well, I couldn't see any other way that paragraph made any sense.
Are you trying to explain away the first paragraph on the right-hand side? through an explanation on the left-hand side, which doesn't hold substance.
I think it does hold substance because I couldn't see it having any sort of meaning in any other form.
Did you have any reason to believe that the computers involved in collating the ARQ data were not operating properly?
I had no knowledge of whether they were operating properly or not because I wasn't using them. I didn't have access to them.
So if the first paragraph related to the computers used to obtain the ARQ data, that might be a proper reason for the deletion of that paragraph.
Yes.
But that's not the reason that you give in your witness statement.
Well, that was part of it was the computers involved in the production of this, so not just the typing up, but actually the extraction of the ARQ data as well, yes.
Is the truth of the matter that what you explain in this paragraph, 107, one that you come up with after the event to seek to explain away this comment in the draft witness statement, that you didn't think you could include the last two paragraphs?
I just don't remember what it was. I certainly did include that paragraph, and the only way it can make any sense is with the explanation that I've come up with.
Or is the truth of the matter that you know that the first paragraph on the right refers and was intended to refer to Horizon, and the truth of the matter is you didn't think you could include that first paragraph because you knew there was no way that you could say that the Horizon system, i.e. the computer, was operating properly, or if not, any respect in which it was not operating properly wouldn't affect the information held in it?
I wouldn't have referred to the Horizon system as the computer. I would have referred to it as the Horizon system.
Well, you didn't write it, though, did you?
Yes, but as I say, I couldn't...
You didn't write it, did you?
No.
No.
If we go back to page 1, please, on the right-hand side. If we scroll down, paragraph 1, you say, second line, I've been involved in many aspects of design and implementation of the computer system known as Horizon. Isn't your reference in the last paragraph a reference back to that computer system?
I didn't think so.
Well, I'm sorry to be persistent, but you didn't write that either, did you?
I think I probably would have written the first paragraph, but
Well, I thought you told Mr. Beer earlier that that was a paragraph suggested to you, and I'm not suggesting it was improper to suggest it to you.
Yeah.
Simply that it wasn't you who'd written it.
Right, okay, I can't remember exactly who wrote which bits at the time, sorry.
All right.
Can we go back to the last page of the statement on the right? Sorry, one page up. The second paragraph in yellow. Any records to which I refer in my statement form part of records relating to the business of Fujitsu. Why couldn't you say that?
Because I thought it was saying that I had actually extracted them.
It doesn't say that. Sorry to speak over you. It doesn't say I've extracted them.
That is what I thought that they were saying.
So you were saying that you thought that that last paragraph said that you personally had extracted them, and that's why you didn't think you could properly say them?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's 3 o'clock now. I wonder would that be an appropriate moment?
Yes, of course. 3:15, yeah?
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Beer.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jenkins, can we pick up the chronology with the 24th of March 2006 in Mr. Thomas's case by looking at FUJ 0012 2210? And if we look at that first page and scroll down, thank you, an email from Mr. Ward to Miss Lowther, copied to Brian Pinder, Mr. Baines, Mr. Dawkins and Diane Matthews. So not you at this stage, although we'll see from the email above in a moment that this was sent on to you.
Yes.
He, Mr. Ward, says, this statement needs more work. I've attached a suggested draft with a number of comments. As mentioned previously, I think the, quote, system failure, ... normal occurrence, end quotes, line is potentially very damaging. It may be worth considering someone from our team taking a statement directly from Gareth. Where is he based, question mark. There's some urgency with this. Whilst there's some urgency with this, it is more important to get it right and ensure we're not embarrassed at court, which we certainly could be if we produced a statement accepting, quote, system failures are normal occurrences. Do you agree that Mr. Ward was seeking here directly to influence the contents of your witness statement in criminal proceedings before the Crown Court?
I think that could be interpreted in that way, yes.
Do you interpret it in that way?
I think he was just looking at getting my meaning made clearer. I can understand why he felt that the term system failure was going to be potentially causing embarrassment, and I can understand that the way I was using it was not in the way that he was interpreting it, so I felt that there was the scope for improving the wording.
He was seeking to influence, do you agree, the contents of your witness statement as it was presently drafted, because it may be damaging to the prospects of a prosecution?
Yes, I think you have to say that, yes.
And that the Post Office could thereby be embarrassed at court?
Yes.
This was sent to you, if we just look up. What did you think by this attempt by the Post Office to attempt to alter your evidence?
I don't think I interpreted it in quite that way at the time. I just saw it as being a way of improving the wording of what I had in the statement, rather than being just trying to alter what I was saying. I just saw it as a way of improving things.
Let's look at how he tried to improve it by looking at the attachment, FUJ 0012 2211. And can we go to the second page, please? And scroll down. Stop there. You had typed in your original email, and it had been cut into a witness statement for you. There are three main reasons why a zero value transaction may be generated as part of the banking system. The transaction has no financial effect. The transaction has been declined by the bank. And three, there has been some sort of system failure. Such failures are normal occurrences. And if we stop there, he has struck through either by deletion or by typing over, and the word system has thereby struck through because its track changes the word main, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's added a question. If these are the main reasons, what are the rest? Question mark. And he has struck through again in the same way that I've just described, either by direct deletion or by highlighting and then typing over. There has been some sort of system failure. Such failures are normal occurrences.
Yes.
he's added some comments in brackets afterwards. Those comments are addressed to you, aren't they?
Yes, I assume so.
This is a really poor choice of words, which seems to accept that failures in the system are normal and therefore may well support the sub-postmasters claim that the system is to blame for the losses. 4 exclamation marks. You would agree, would you, that the words in brackets there that are highlighted seek to explain the reason for the deletion of the system failure reason?
Yes.
That's how it reads, and it's how you would read it.
Yes.
It's how you would have read it at the time. Do you agree?
I think so, yes.
What did you think of this? Did you think this was an attempt to alter your evidence? If you didn't think the email was, what about the striking through of passages of your witness statement?
I saw that as seeking to see whether I was happy to reword it in using less emotive words. And he's made it very clear that he doesn't like the words that I've used there.
Does he say, could you please explain this by using less emotive words?
No, he doesn't.
Why did you read it as, or see it as him seeking for you to use less emotive words?
Because clearly he didn't like the term system failure, and he made that clear both in the covering email and in the document.
And by deleting it?
And by deleting, yes.
Did Mr. Ward, to your knowledge, have any technical knowledge?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
At the time, did you consider his conduct to be appropriate?
I saw him as trying to improve the way that the statement was worded.
So you thought this was appropriate?
I didn't think it was inappropriate at the time.
You presumably realised that these were very serious matters. These were proceedings in the Crown Court.
Oh, yes.
This is your evidence and not his.
Yes.
There's a declaration at the top of the statement, which
yes.
I think you would have read.
Yes.
If we go back to that at page 1. That statutory declaration at the top
yes.
there.
Yes.
It's a personal witness statement.
Yes.
Did you approach anyone within Fujitsu to say, is this appropriate? A casework manager
I may have
suggesting changes to my evidence?
I may have discussed it with Nina or Penny, I don't know, or Brian Pinder. I don't think I would have discussed it with anyone else.
If we go back to page 3 and scroll down, we can see that the last 2 paragraphs, the boilerplate paragraphs, don't appear there, either as text or as being deleted.
Yes.
Do you think you had deleted those or you'd removed them when you sent back your previous version?
I don't know.
Can we go to FUJ 0015-2587? Top of page 2, please. You reply to him sending that marked up version of the witness statement to you. I've added some further annotations to your annotations. Does this move us forward? Did you regard this as some kind of negotiation in which you were required to haggle with the post office about the way in which you described the Horizon system and whether it had defects?
I suppose in a way I probably did, because that was how I was used to when writing technical documents. Then I would receive comments on them and then make updates based on the comments I'd received, and then update the next draft of the document. So I saw this as being a similar sort of process.
Do I take it from that you didn't regard it as inappropriate to be haggling with the prosecutor over the content of your personal witness statement?
Yes, I think you take it that way.
Can we look at the attachment that you sent back asking whether it moved us forwards? FUJ 0012-2216. Now, I think the track changes have been lost on this, but I think we can make sense of it. If we scroll down, please. Paragraph 1, no changes. And paragraph 2, I think we can see a subtle difference of change in text in line 4. Can you see that? It looks like
yes.
a smaller font size. Is that likely to be your annotation?
Yes. I'm not sure about this.
Yes.
I've had nothing to do with producing the spreadsheets, I think is my text. And in fact, the rest of that paragraph is mine. So I think the original must have ended at GIJ 03. And I think that I'm not sure about this is probably mine as well.
Yeah. So the passage which reads, I'm not sure about this, I've had nothing to do with producing the spreadsheet. All I've done is made some statements based on what's in the spreadsheets. I assume that Nene or Penny produced the spreadsheets, but I've no personal knowledge as to what was included within them and what was excluded. For all I know, you could have typed them up from scratch. So you were saying, I'm unhappy with the 4 lines that appear beforehand. I don't want them included.
Yes.
Because I haven't produced any of the spreadsheets. I've got no personal knowledge of what was included or excluded from the spreadsheets. You could have just made them up.
Yes.
Can we look, please, at the same time as this document at FUJ 0012-2237? And that, on the left-hand side, is the final version of the witness statement dated the 6th of April 2006, which the Post Office in their disclosure tell us is the one that was submitted in the prosecution to the court, or disclosed to the court in the prosecution of Mr. Thomas, okay?
Okay, but I'm not aware that I've actually signed it.
No, in this version, well, I might as well ask you now, did you sign a version?
I can't remember is the simple answer to that.
Do you remember them coming to see you?
I don't actually remember that, though I can see from the email exchanges that referring to meeting you a couple of weeks ago, then it must have happened, but I have no recollection of that meeting.
Okay. So you think the evidence, you would agree, tends to show that they did come to see you to take a witness statement from you?
That appears to have been what happened, is just I don't actually remember the actual meeting.
And then scroll down, please. If we look at the third paragraph, you say, I extracted data from this system, that's the peak system.
Yes.
Concerning the Post Office. The data extracted was for all transactions for 3 specific time periods. From this data, I then extracted all the banking transactions which showed a 0 value. And then it continues.
Yes.
Is it right that you obtained the data from the peak?
That's what it says there, therefore I assume I must have done so.
The data from the peak was not created by the peak. It had already been created, captured, and attached to the peak by someone else, hadn't it?
Yes, I realise that now, and clearly the peak is not a good repository of the data like the ARQ data, but I felt that at least what I was saying there was correct in that I had extracted the data from peak, whilst I was unable to say that I'd extracted the data from the ARQ system.
Well, just reading what you say on the left-hand side in paragraphs 2 and 3, you say there's a fault management system called the peak system. And then you say, I extracted data from this system concerning the post office. The data extracted was for all transactions for 3 specific time periods requested. There was no data on the peak system for all transactions for the 3 specific time periods, was there?
I think there must have been at the time, because if a message store is extracted and put onto the peak system, it will have 35 days worth of data. So,
but we're talking cross purposes. I'm sorry, it's me. The peak system itself doesn't create that data. It's not a means of capture of it. We've seen the peak system used. Sometimes people just attach documents to it.
Yes, yeah.
Almost drag them into the peak. Is that what had happened here? The 3 sets of data had been dragged into the peak by somebody else?
Yes, it had been.
So when you say, I extracted data from the system, the peak system, and the data extracted was for all transactions, what you're doing is not saying that somebody else had performed the original extraction function.
Correct.
How was it any better from what you described on the right-hand side, where you say, for all I know, you could have typed them up from scratch?
Looking at it now, I agree, but for some reason I must have decided that was all right at the time, but I can't remember why.
Well, can I press you on that? You clearly, rightly, on the right-hand side, say, I can't exhibit 3 sets of ARQs because I've had no role in obtaining the data in those ARQs.
Yes.
On the left-hand side, in what appears to be your final statement, you say, I have extracted that data from the peak. It was no better than on the right-hand side, was it?
I accept that now, but clearly I'd not thought it through in that way at that time.
Can we look, please? Both those documents can come down at FUJ 0012 2230. In between those 2 drafts, you sent this email to Brian Pinder and say, Brian, I've taken the data off the peak and carried out my own analysis of it and presented the results in the attached Word document. And then there are the 3 ARQs, 401, 459 and 460, which I think are Excel documents, and then a Word document, which is your own analysis. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So again, this is not you extracting data, proprietary data from the system. It's you dragging data captured by somebody else from the peak system. Correct?
Yes, I think the one thing that's slightly different here is that in the previous case, the spreadsheets had been produced from the raw ARQ data by Nina or Penny, whilst in this case I'd actually extracted the spreadsheets from the peaks myself. So I think that's the subtle difference here, but I accept that it's a very subtle difference.
Can we look at the first attachment to your email here, where you say, I've carried out my own analysis of it and presented the results in the Word document by looking at that attachment, FUJ 0012 2229. Your document of the 30th of March 2006. This note is provided as input to a witness statement. What I've done, Penny Thomas provided me with extracts from audited data for 3 separate periods. I've taken this data and extracted details of all banking transactions and analysed the 0 value transactions. Here, you're referring to the data that Penny Thomas has provided you. rather than data which you have dragged from the peak system?
I accept that that's what that says, and I just can't remember what had actually happened at the time.
Well, this is under a heading, what I've done.
Yes.
So presumably, that's what you did.
Yes. Sorry, I just can't remember the details of exactly what was happening at the time.
But you accept here what you're saying is that you've in fact used the data provided by Penny Thomas, not the data extracted from the peak.
I can't explain the difference.
So in fact, the analysis on the basis of this document was based on extracts provided for you by Penny Thomas, which you said you were earlier unhappy to rely on because she could have typed them up from scratch. And then you ended up making a witness statement, if we go back to it, FUJ 0012 2216. So sorry, you said that's the one which said, for all I know, you could have typed this up from scratch. Yes?
Yes.
And then you ended up, if we can also display FUJ 0012 2237. So based on your Word document, you'd in fact used the data provided by Penny Thomas. If we scroll down on the left-hand side, you tell us about the peak in the second paragraph, and then you say, I extracted data from this system concerning the post office. The data extracted was for all transactions for 3 specific time periods. That wasn't true, was it?
I'm not sure whether something had happened between the 30th of March and the 6th of April. I just can't remember.
Was the wording you used in this final statement here, loincloth to cover up what you had done? You'd rightly realised that you couldn't say that you'd extracted the ARQ data, nor could you produce it yourself. You'd said in your Word document you didn't in fact analyse data that you'd taken from the peak. But as this document makes clear, you've used the phrase, I've extracted from the peak, to paper over what had in fact happened.
If I said there that I extracted it from the peak, then I would have extracted it from the peak, but I can't remember exactly when I did that and how I did that.
So that's, if that's correct, then there's something else that has occurred after the 30th of March document when your analysis was based on Penny Thomas's data.
I think there must have been, yes.
If we go back to just FUJ 0012 2216. On the right-hand side, that's it. And if we can go to page 2, please. And scroll down. Thank you. In the paragraph that begins, should the spreadsheets be regenerated, 3 lines in, the statement reads, there are 3 reasons why a zero value transaction may be generated as part of the banking system. 1, the transaction has no financial effect. 2, the transaction has been declined by the bank. And then the 3rd reason, system failure, has disappeared, hasn't it?
Yes, and that I think is due to the document we looked at earlier.
I.e. it had been deleted in the
Yes.
track changes.
Yes.
by Mr. Ward.
Yes.
What remains is his addition. This is a really poor choice of words. And you reply to that in the passage after the brackets, is that right?
Yes, so the version that I would have seen would have had the deleted thing, and I'd not twigged that I hadn't undeleted it or replaced it with something.
Well, I'm not sure you would have undeleted it, because you say, can you please suggest something
Yes.
better then? But why were you asking a casework handler to suggest what you should say in a witness statement for proceedings in the Crown Court?
Because he clearly didn't like the wording that I was using, so I was asking if he had a better suggestion for me to use.
And again, did you see it as appropriate to haggle with the prosecutor over the content of your witness statement?
I didn't see it as inappropriate at that time, but I clearly see now that it was.
You explain what we have here are genuine failures of the end-to-end system, which are not part of the normal operation, but are anticipated, and the system is designed to cope with them. Some such failures could be engineered as part of a malicious attack, but that doesn't apply to those failures that appear in the evidence presented. In all cases, the system is designed to identify such failures and handle them in such a way that the customer, postmaster, post office, and the FIs?
Financial institutions?
So that's
Code for banks, basically.
Yeah. Are all clear as to the status of the transaction, and any necessary financial reconciliation takes place. I guess one option, this is still you speaking, yes?
Yes.
I guess one option is to delete over the page the paragraph, since it is purely an introduction to the following more detailed description. So again, was this part of the continuing dialogue that you thought it was appropriate to have as to how to word your witness statement in proceedings before the Crown Court?
Yes, I think it was.
Can we look, please, at the final witness statement alongside FUJ 00122237? And on the left-hand side, scroll down, please. And keep going. And keep going. And keep going. And keep going. And stop. And if we just scroll up a little bit. Thank you. You explain response codes 3, 4, 6, and 8. The financial institution has declined the transaction. You explain codes 23 and 26, which indicate an unusual response from the financial institution, and again, no cash should change hands. And you say response code 32 indicates Horizon Central System has received no response to the financial institution within a timeout period, and so no cash should change hands. And you then add, all of these are perfectly normal occurrences and should result in clear instructions being passed to the counterclerk to ensure that no cash should change hands. So just stopping there, it would appear that Mr. Ward has been successful in causing the alteration of your evidence.
Yes, but I still stand by what it actually says there as being an accurate representation of what had actually happened within the system.
And is that why you were a willing actor in this process?
Yes.
You went along with his pushback?
Yes, because it was still accurately reflecting what had actually happened, but using less emotive words, which he clearly wasn't happy with.
And then, can we see underneath on the left-hand side the objectionable last two paragraphs, the ones that, remember, have been marked up in yellow, have been replaced by, there's no reason to believe that the information in this statement is inaccurate because of the improper use of the computer. To the best of my knowledge and belief at all material times, the computer was operating properly, or if not, any respect in which it was not operating properly or was out of operation, was not such as to affect the information held on it. I hold a responsible position in relation to the working of the computer. You told us in your witness statement that that paragraph, which is broadly the first of the two yellow paragraphs in the earlier witness statement, was all about the computer on which you were typing the statement.
And doing the analysis.
What do you mean by "and doing the analysis"?
I was doing some analysis in the Excel spreadsheets that were then attached to the statement.
What is the computer referring to on two occasions in that witness statement?
The computer on which I was actually doing those, in other words, the PC on my desk.
Really? You're saying your desktop was working properly?
Yeah.
So it was typing out the words.
Yeah.
When you typed, all these are perfectly normal occurrences.
Yes.
The computer was intended to refer to here a computer in the wider sense, wasn't it? It refers to Horizon, doesn't it?
I don't think I was in a position to say that Horizon was working correctly at the time, as far as this was concerned.
Why, given what you'd said in your comment on the yellow highlighted paragraph, these need to be deleted, I can't say these, has it now re-emerged?
Because I must have then understood that it was referring to what I was actually producing the statement on.
How did you obtain such an understanding?
I don't know.
From whom did you obtain such an understanding?
I don't know.
Can we go back to the email chain, FUJ 00152587? Mr. Ward's reply, I don't understand why this statement, which was originally requested on the 10th of March, is taking so long. I appreciate it's slightly unusual, but I do not understand the confusion, as I thought I'd made our requirements clear. Gareth's annotations do not take us forward at all. I'm sure this isn't Gareth's fault. Gareth has indicated in the attachment below that 3 spreadsheets produced by your team, which show the nil transactions and which were in addition to the usual event and transaction logs, were not produced by him. Therefore, as he quite rightly points out, he's not in a position to produce them in his statement. In the event, that's what you ended up doing, producing them in your statement, didn't you?
But I got the information from a different source.
I.e., they were Excel spreadsheets given to you in an email by Penny or Nana. You didn't think that was appropriate. They were attached to a peak. You took them from the peak and thought that that was acceptable.
The spreadsheets weren't attached to the peak. It was the message store that would have been attached to the peak. So I had actually extracted the spreadsheets myself, and that's what I thought was the difference.
He continues, as already stated, we urgently need a statement producing these 3 additional spreadsheets, explaining in general terms under what circumstances nil transactions occur, and in particular how the nil transactions at Gareth occurred. The same statement needs to include a paragraph which states there is no evidence of a system error in relation to the nil transactions at the office. We do not need to mention system failures being normal occurrences if there's no evidence of such a problem at this office. Was it because you were sent this email that you modified your evidence?
I think that's why I went and extracted the data from Peak, yes.
And you modified the contents of your witness statement?
Well, to reflect that.
Well, and to delete the system failures are normal occurrences line?
Yes.
So, Mr. Ward expressed his concerns on numerous occasions over your wording including in your witness statement, system failures. He told you that system failures were potentially very damaging to mention. He told you that you should not mention them, we do not need to mention them, and that they were a really poor choice of words. Did all of that pile pressure upon you to remove the reference to system failures from your witness statement?
Clearly, I did that as a result of that, but I was happy with the wording that I ended up with.
Okay, did you ever go back to any lawyer within Fujitsu to say, look, I'm being embroiled in a criminal prosecution here. I'm being asked to sign witness statements off. And there's this man from the post office who's applying pressure on me to change the substance of my evidence.
No, I didn't, but I clearly understand now that I should have done.
Thank you. So we would now turn to the Seema Misra case study. It's probably an appropriate moment to take a break. I'll be able comfortably to finish my questions tomorrow of Mr. Jenkins.
And by a break, you mean adjourn for the day, Mr. Beer?
Yeah, a long break.
A long break. Right. All right, that's what we'll do. And we'll start again at 9:45 tomorrow?
It is 9:45, please, yes.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Oh, I mentioned last evening, Mr. Jenkins, not to talk about your evidence. Shouldn't be any secret about it. Because there was a late disclosure of documents to you, I gave permission for your lawyer to speak to you about it.
Thank you.
But we're now back to where we were before that late disclosure, so don't talk to anyone about your evidence, all right?
I understand that. Thank you, sir.
Fine.